Live. We're live on the International U of Tubes. Ain't that exciting? All right, kids. So, YouTube. Because you guys missed this a little earlier, probably. Before we actually dive into Dwarf Fortress, I want to show something else off. I'm assuming that everybody has seen the video that I posted this morning. I have another screenshot I didn't use. Check this out. Ain't that cool? I'm just bragging at this point, to be honest. Streamer gotta flex a little bit, you know? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So, plan for today, is at 3 p.m. Pacific. Currently, it's 10 a.m. Pacific. Tarn's gonna be joining us, and we're gonna be answering a bunch of questions. Yo, how do you feel like he's facing the wrong direction? Facing the wrong direction. Is it because the dwarves all face to the left? Is that why you feel like he's facing the wrong direction? Interesting. I guess like that never, like, to me it would look weird if they're facing the other direction because they'd be looking away from their name. I feel like it looks more natural for them to be looking at the UI. Like, to me it feels like you'd want them to be looking at what they're doing because that just makes sense instead of like looking at the wall. But I don't know. OCD problems? Yeah, I mean, totally. I'll bet you it probably wouldn't be too hard to just mirror all of that. But anyway, all that being said, the plan for today is at 5 p.m. or 3 p.m. Pacific time, Tarn's joining me. We're going to be doing the normal stream stuff until then, so we're just going to be playing Firebolt. About an hour before the interview starts, at 2 p.m., I'm going to go get my lunch, and I will make a Reddit post stating that in an hour we'll be live. And at words. And then after the interview itself is over, which will probably take like an hour and a half, I'm going to end the YouTube stream at that point, and I'm going to then play some Risk of Rain, because I really want to play more Risk of Rain Returns, and that game is very fun. Then I will edit until midnight or whatever and get the video ready for tomorrow. And if you miss the live stream, totally, right now, so at 10 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, so 24 hours from now, I will be premiering the edited VOD tomorrow morning. So if you miss the actual interview, because it is in like 5 hours, like if it's too late for you, there will be a second live stream basically with the same content but trimmed and cleaned up, and with timestamps and everything. That'll go up tomorrow. I will premiere that just because, I don't know, I like having the chat the second time. It's fun. And then that's the plan for today. That's how everything's gonna work. Is everybody caught up? Any questions? Because if no, we'll go play some Dwarfs. That works for all of you. And of course, if you're watching on the YouTube side of things, leave a like on the stream, because it does tell more people where to find it. And chat seems good. What do you do with your hands? There's only one thing you can do with your hands. I slice smoke. Shake the rat. All right, let's dive in. Sometimes I just got to do a real life rat jam, you know. Do. Can I tell you where you put your keys? Right where you left them. You know, I have one specific spot that I put my keys. There's one very specific drawer on one side of the drawer that I'll put the keys. And if I put them in the wrong spot, then you know. Anyway, so this is fine. What's my favorite color? Black. This is fine. This is very fine. This is Kraken, and this is Baby Blue Ford. This is Cybrick, and this is Snail, and this is Imgran. And you might be going, wow, what happened? What happened? Well, Kraken was trying to make an endless artifact of eternity and went nuts, and was also a member of my military, and also had a pickaxe. When he went berserk on the artifact, killed 1, 2, 3, 4 dwarves because they all hit him one at a time. So Kraken got to take out a bunch of dwarves on his way out, which is terrifying. Speaking of things that are terrifying, you know what else is terrifying? We're being besieged by the undead. In case that wasn't bad enough, we are also being besieged by the undead. Fortunately, I do have a pretty large military at this moment, so we should be good. But just note, we are being besieged by the undead. So that's going to be priority number 1, is get the dwarfs inside and defend against the siege. The front door is already locked. I also just realized there's trees growing in front of my front door, like mushrooms. I should probably fix that. But that's this. We didn't get the infinite rearmament relic. No, we didn't. I will read the dwarves that are currently alive. We will do naming sessions when migrant waves arrive. The named dwarves in the fortress are as follows: 404 Loud, Aegis, Ahuna Viara, All Mind Control, Alonzo, Arkshroom, Baby Fem, Baka Glass, Bastet, Ben Said, Big Sparn, Bing Leoid, and Bungie, as well as Celastaris, Claiborne, and Kohomantis, as well as Commando Cal, Captain Jack, Curry Boglin, and Darius Cardrin. Delisle, Donnie, Dr. Nish, Dr. Phineas, DS, Devil Dawn, Dweezil, who we managed to rescue after being gone for a very long time, Dying Sun II, Eldrish, Frederick, G-Fin, Glass Half Empty, Gobsnack, Goddess, Zenith, and Grey Arm, as well as Glass Half Empty Glass, Honey Bun Hauler, and IDZ3. Iron Zack, Caden Midget, and Lanix. Lich King of Dead, which is very funny, Lil Jaeger, and Linku. Lucas Bat and Lucy Rambles, Laya Gushka, MASN64, Martin, Merlin's Fan II, Midnight Winter, Mr. Burner, Mr. Mac, Monkey Monk, and Neezer, as well as Nodokasa, Non-Major Nerd, Norstat, Power Tools, and Beer, Psyomegas, and Patolis, as well as Q and Green Tea, Ryo Shincat, and Raven Waved, Robolt, Rocker, and Roll Stoles Broken. Rupert PY, and Sentient Potato, Safekeep, Semtexagon, Shinira, Sparky, and Specbot Na, Suited Giraffe, and Psycon, and Technophobic Freak, and Tellin Artho, Terminal Wetness, Trent Hughes, Urban Keelhall, and Urist of, as well as Van Ori, and Word Cities, and Wild Shiny Florin. And also, Van Ori is rapidly becoming my favorite dwarf in this fort. The reason Van Ori is rapidly becoming my favorite dwarf in this fort is, well, Van Ori had a very unfortunate injury. Van Ori is covered in some pretty terrible scars, and the result is they cannot grasp anything. Their hands no work. This is year 14, actually, because we started on 351, I think. So this dwarf is rapidly becoming my favorite because they don't really feel anything except for remembering being hunted by the dead. And they want to practice a craft real bad. And the funny thing about this dwarf is because they can't grasp, they're naked. They have a shoe and sock on, and then stitches in their neck. Aside from that, they are completely naked because the rest of their clothes have rotted off their body. The fact that this dwarf isn't insane yet is absolutely absurd. I obviously can't let them do any tasks because they can't do any tasks. So all they do is they read. They are a full-time scholar, and fortunately it does give them happy thoughts sometimes. So we're going to, we have this dwarf set as a scholar, and they do, like, enjoy the task. It is kind of sad, though. What's the fort in the Age of Legends? Well, clearly, the fort in the Age of Legends is a sloth bear parchment scroll. The rollers are made from jet. Written on the item is a guide entitled The Fort in the Age of Legends, authored by Reg. It concerns the fort work clench. The writing is artfully indulges the author's fancies, and the prose is passable. We are in the Age of Legends. Hauling with his mouth. I don't know how he picks up the books, but he can pick up books. He doesn't sit down at a table with them. He just kind of stands there. So I assume he like picks it up with his teeth, drops it on the ground, opens it with his toes, and then reads it, and then puts it back. And also, Lil Bunny, thank you much for the super thanks over there on the YouTube side of things. Okay, so that's where we currently are. That's where the fort currently sits. So now that that's all done, it's time to sit over here and begin to witness the baddies enter. Unless this is open. No, it's not. Sweet. Just making sure the front door was set, and so we are good. And I'm also going to go around the top here, and I'm actually going to forbid some stuff. We're going to do this. Okay, so now that's done, I'm going to go up to here. Actually, no, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go here, and I'm just going to double check that under sieges and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. And now we wait. Does he have a good biting skill? I doubt it. I mean, he did kill a durian once. He's a dabbling biter, but I'm assuming that's just coming from like his dabbling military use, like stuff from the past, right? I would assume that those are one and the same, more or less. That would be my assumption. You have many questions about that, Scholar? They were in a, like, horrible injury. They got horribly injured by, like, some psychotic enemy of the fortress. And, now we've replaced all of their important bits. Put him into training? Nah. Imgran's been found dead. We're gonna have a couple of those. Fortunately, I do have access to all their bodies, so they'll just get buried. Could your dwarf be given a job? I mean, I'm sure you have a job. You don't need a specific job to have a job. What have you been doing recently? You've been brewing and you're learning mechanics. I mean, you're 71 years old, but you're a peasant, so, like, you'll get there. You don't need a specific job, unless you want me to put you in the military, but I'm sure your dwarf will find your career path sooner rather than later. And poor Linku over here having to be completely traumatized by all of these dead dwarves up here. It's such a horrible shame. Anyway, we're going to go back to up here and stare at this. While we wait for these zombies. Mandated the construction of certain goods. What do you want? Let's see. I need to make a crossbow, 3 maces, and 3 quivers. Like my nobles are coordinating. Leather quiver. Let's do 3 steel maces. And actually, I think it was 1 mace. Wooden crossbow. One. No, it was 1 crossbow and 3 maces. I had those backwards. God dang it. There we go. What's a Drunian? A Drunian is like basically a cavern monkey. They live in. Do I have an adult one around here? Oh wait, there's one. These are Drunians. These little suckers. And if you can't see them very well. Give me a sec. These little suckers. So they're like cavern monkeys. They have like lion's manes. They're sort of like cavern baboons, basically. I'm in the process of taming them right now. But yeah, I don't think I have any tame ones. I do, however, have successfully tamed some rhinos. Not all of them. And we've got more baby rhinos now, which a lot of them are trained. But I do have some tame adult rhinos. At least 1. So, we've also got tame baby giraffes. And some tame adult giraffes now, too. Just look at that. We've got a breeding pair of tame adult giraffes. It begins. Rhinos are just thick unicorns, okay? They're just unicorns that, like, refuse to go on keto. Their baby rhinos are so cute. They really are, aren't they? What can you do with trained rhinos? I could war train them in theory. I don't know if I'm actually going to, because they need to be pastured on a specific pasture. Will I be playing Risk of Rain today? I will be playing some Risk of Rain after the interview, so at the very end of the day. So in like 8 hours or something. They're thick boys? Yeah. See, you get it. You get it. Let's just get these dwarves training. I'm just going to make sure that they're not going to go zipping to where I don't want them to be. Because if they start to go where I don't want them to be, that's bad. And also, another interesting little thing that I did, this down here is a tavern. This is connected to the tavern. This zone. But it's also a barracks. So if I click this magnifying glass, it tells me it's a portion of the tavern. It is considered part of the tavern. But it's actually a military barracks. So the result is a lot of dwarves come into here, and when they're not training, they tell stories. So the dwarves that are actually training have been getting the happy thoughts about stories, even though they're actively just training in the military, which I think is kind of neat. I think it's kind of neat, actually. I've been experimenting a lot with, like, connecting zones together in ways that I haven't. I don't know. I mean, like, everybody talks about, like, cramming soldiers through training, or non-soldiers through training zones trains them. I've seen no actual evidence that that works. I believe people that it does when they tell me it does, but in my experience, I've seen no actual evidence of that working that way. So, I don't know. It's interesting. It's giving you ideas. Good. Ideas are healthy. So, these are free training. I mean, zombies. We're going to shoot these zombies with bolts. Training while listening to audiobooks? Basically, yeah. Training while having books read out loud to you. Is what I would say. Well, I mean, so Mark's Dwarves trains 7 times. They're going the wrong way. Why are they going the wrong way? Okay, they stopped. Oh, Lytas the peasant has been missing for a week? That's not good. Budgie is outside of the fort. Getting chased by zombies. You're working your way through the Arch Crystal video, and it's really good so far. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I am working on a boat murdered video. So, but I've got like 10 different long-term projects running right now, and I fear genuinely that if I send all of, if I work on big projects like that, none of the smaller ones will get done. So I'm just slowly plucking away at it. Plucking away. Oh, come on. Zombies keep going to the left. Do I like ska music? The closest thing to a ska band that I listen to would be Ninja Spy, which isn't ska at all. I mean, I've listened to No Doubt, so I guess so. Real Big Fish is a band that are entertaining sometimes. It's not something I go out of my way to listen to, though. But Ninja Spy is a thrash metal ska band that I know people who went to high school with them. Real Big Fish played here, like, recently. 90s alt ska? That's basically all of the ska that I know. I like a band called Headboard, which, as far as I know, their only actual claim to fame is that they opened for the Bloodhound Gang, which I'm not gonna say that that's a claim to fame, but they did do that. I hope Budgie ain't dead. Budgie may be dead. I mean, you gotta pay the bills. People say that, damn, you're still going. To me, literally every day. I say smoke, so I guess them too. All right, let's just wait for all these zombies to be conveniently in the sight of my fortress. Gotta wait for these last two. While my Marks dwarves are walking around picking up equipment. That should be plenty. Okay, so now that they're all up there, I can get squads here. And squads here. Don't worry about the militia commander there. They do have a crossbow equipped. It's just a legendary crossbow. Yushiri here begins firing immediately. Now, this is 7 times as efficient as getting them to train normally. So this is a significantly more effective speed for... I beg your friggin' pardon? How did you... Okay. Apparently there's an intelligent undead in my fort. I need to stab him to death. Because he's currently killing one of my Marks dwarves. Fortunately, my actual military is like right here. So let's see if we can get it dead before it kills too many of my dwarves. Currently, it's fighting with 2 of them. Ravenwood, the legendary Marks dwarf, and Adequate Hammer dwarf is dueling with the creature. And the main military is coming down the stairs just now. We've got bolts flying left and right. The intelligent undead has only killed one of my dwarves so far. The rest of the dwarves come piling in, and it seems that Mr. Mac has fallen, which is a damn shame, alongside of Lolar. The intelligent undead is disarmed now, but still absolutely a threat. It's taking a lot of hits, especially to the upper body. It's getting stabbed as well as hit with long-range attacks. And these things are extraordinarily strong, although it can't stand anymore. So I hope it's a minimal threat now. Ominar, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Bolts go out, and the squads are able to take him down, thankfully. And we can get the dwarves back up top to where they belong, and then we can fly back over here and continue watching the combat begin to play out as my Marks dwarves are firing. Slowly. Slowly. We did lose those 2 dwarves because of that intelligent undead that made it into the fort, which is a bloody shame. It seems like Volbach down here is continuing to fire. These are honestly a lot more useful for taking out fleshy targets, so targets that are living, but the undead targets are absolutely killable this way too. Move them up a little bit, and let's get these... Oh, just those 2, actually, training. Lanix, thank you very much for chucking a gift sub to Captain Jack. Appreciate you, friend. The dwarves continue to fire bolts. And you haven't taken any hits in a minute. Elfie, thank you very much for the hype train. Appreciate you. And Isolate Smoke, thanks for an additional 5 pack of gift subs. Those do go a very long way. Send them over here. I think I need to move this ammo to a different level because I have a hard time getting them into the actual battlements here. So I think I need to change this. I think I need to change this. Okay, well, let's just send them up here instead. Van Ori, thank you very much for the 10 pack of gift subs. And that hype train rolling. All right, you're firing from there, which is good, baby femme. You're terrified while in conflict, but you're a skilled Marks dwarf, which is what we like to see. And we're going to send the melee squads in to also do some melee training against this enemy, while they continue to fire from that side. And then some of them go off and go get more ammo. I don't really use burrows for the military, no. I don't find burrows accurate enough to be super useful. I'd rather just use patrols. And now I'm going to station my normal military right here. The spears are going to get there like right away. And then the swords dwarves have to run across the fort, but it's not too far for them to go, because they're gonna pop out up here. And now we wait for the zombies, because this is good training for all of my squads. Here come the zombies. Some of them have been injured. One of them dropped. Some of them have dropped shields, like this one. Because Marks dwarves are best at making enemies like disarm themselves, like lose their gear, unless they're living enemies that are not undead. Then they are mostly just useful for making them bleed out. But because zombies don't bleed out, they're not particularly useful against zombies. However, zombies are a very, 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 very efficient method of training. Those are basically just like targets, you know? The normal zombies go down quite quickly, unlike the intelligent undead, so my soldiers get to charge in and take out the first round. They back off quite quickly. One of my dwarves is stumbling around obliviously, and we do actually have some crimes I need to deal with, so let's cover those off real quick. Yeah, it's the usual suspects. Such a shame. We're also in the process of building a much nicer prison, so hopefully dwarves will start recovering a little quicker. Found out you're getting a significantly high retro raise last night, so you're really excited. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That means a lot. I'm glad that like you're getting rewarded for hard work, especially retroactively. That's like gotta be very liberating. Or vindicating, perhaps. Soldiers are coming up the ramps. Dwarves are just pile driving them. I'm assuming that's all of them, although we're still technically under siege, so where's the rest of them? Where's the rest of them? Well, there's a single ghost on the map. Oh, pfft, of course. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to open this. I'm going to send the military all the way up to here. I'm going to get these two squads back to training. I'm going to let the rest of the dwarves do whatever. That's now open. Let's go find that last zombie, because it's not going to leave the map. And let's tell these two squads to go do the stabbing. But seriously, chat room, thank you very much for the level 4 hype train. You guys are very kind. For maintaining a good FPS at high population count. You know, good question. For me right now, it's like this fort wouldn't be running as well as it does if I didn't have the CPU I have. So I have a brand new Ryzen 7, the X3D edition, which is like a nuclear power plant. So because of the like absurd strength of this CPU, I hope no dwarves fall into the water. If any dwarves drown because of this, I'm going to be upset. I swear if any dwarves drown. Oh, they're supposed to be killing this. Did I cancel? I did in fact cancel the combat. Well, now there's just a zombie walking into my fort. But yeah, that's a good question. It's tricky because the way I build my forts are bad for frame rate. What you want to do is you want to make a lot of... You want to limit dwarves' line of sight of each other, is what you want to limit. If you can limit the dwarves' line of sight of each other in almost any way possible and limit the amount of production you put out, you'll have better frame rates. That's kind of the rule of thumb, is limit production, don't overproduce, and limit line of sight from dwarf to dwarf. So build either single file stairways or dual file hallways. Don't have large open spaces. Or have large open spaces, but don't make the dwarves congregate in large open spaces, that kind of thing. And also have big CPU. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat, with the 17 subscriptions and the $1 in bits. You guys are very kind. All right, so siege is now over. And the very important question, did Budgie die? Budgie did not die, but Budgie is hungry, dehydrated, and seriously injured. But is being rescued, so. Diagonals are also really good, but look really ugly. So, the joke is that the best possible fortress layout you could do is like a checkerboard pattern with everything in diagonals. That is the best possible layout for a fortress in Dwarf Fortress, is a checkerboard pattern with no open rooms. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Because large embark areas come with their own set of problems. When I say that, I mean... Okay, do I have more than one surgeon? I only have one surgeon. I need 2 surgeons. When I say that, I mean... large maps can cause hitching, but in general, you'll have better frame rates on large maps. If that makes any sense. No, when I say checkerboard pattern, I literally mean, like... Instead of making a room like this, you'd make a room like this. This is what I mean when I say checkerboard pattern. Like, shit, fuck this up. That's what I mean when I say checkerboard pattern. Like, this would be the 100% optimal frame rate fortress. There's a screenshot on Reddit of somebody who built an entire fortress like this, and they had 5,000 dwarves and were running at like 30 frames a second. So. Anyway, you may not like it, but that's what peak Dwarf Fortress performance looks like. Yeah, there's also that. Like, if you have a weaker PC, my advice would be to go to your settings, go to game, and set your population cap down a whole lot. Set your visitor cap down a whole lot. And then lower all of your requirements for the milestones. And then go to difficulty and lower the size of enemy sieges. And you'll have the exact same Dwarf Fortress experience, but just with a much smaller population. Water is very dangerous to dwarves, Samuel, and I don't think that'll ever change. That was on YouTube. Besides, don't chat. Let's be honest. Don't you personally think that like dwarves randomly drowning is hysterical? I like the comedy of it. Okay, maybe I'm a bad person, but I like the comedy of it. Some migrants have arrived. Chat, would you like a dwarf in this fortress? If you do not currently have a dwarf in this fortress, say pick me. I Slay Smoke, who is an adequate gelder, is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. She is stubborn by this. She's a friendly individual, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. She can handle stress, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she is slow to trust others. And she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She can occasionally overindulge, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She begins speaking in monotone whenever she's angered. I don't think there's such a thing as simple fixes in Dwarf Fortress, just in general. She dreams of raising a family and personally values sacrifice and doesn't care about nature one way or another and doesn't really value merrymaking. She's a novice hammer dwarf. Worships Nithin. Has no relations in the fortress. The next dwarf who shows up directly behind her is Tobes. And Tobes has a poor kinetic energy. They do not. So this is actually incorrect, Martin. They do not train swimming in water that is shallower than 4. So if it's 2 to 3, that doesn't actually train swimming. If you want to train swimming, there's a video on how to do it with minecarts on my YouTube channel if you want. She tends to hang on to grievances and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she has an active imagination. She can handle stress, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She rarely feels discouraged, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She is quite polite, and she has a sense of duty. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she can occasionally overindulge, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And dreams of raising family, disregards tradition, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Ruben, thank you very much for the follow and for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Mr. Mac is your older half-brother. Any other relations? Curry Boglin is your niece. Dying Son the Baron is your nephew. So I guess you're here to hang out with your royal nephew, and then several other passed away relatives, like Raul, who's your cousin, who's the cook, and a monkey monk. Who's a farmer, your other cousin. Oh, you know, here to hang out with relatives. Sure it'll be a good time. Up here we have yet another Lady Dwarf, and this other Lady Dwarf is going to... This one is gonna go to Killoth 44 R-A-H-N. She cracks easily under pressure and enjoys being in crowds. She has a strong sense of duty, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She rarely feels discouraged. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. And when she's annoyed, she starts to talk very slowly. She dreams of mastering a skill, and she personally finds leisure time to be wasteful and doesn't care about nature one way or another. And as for this dwarf, they have no family. Another Lady Dwarf has arrived. This one also has no family. Novice Diagnoser. We need more of those types. DS, you already have a dwarf. Wait, which one would be a good tutorial video, DS? What, the teaching dwarves to swim? I literally have a video on that. Family is for suckers. Well, she is a nervous wreck, and she feels strong a need to pay back any favor done for her. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She doesn't handle stress well, and she has an active sense of humor. She often feels lustful, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and does not go out of her way to help others. But she's a diagnoser, so that doesn't make much sense. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and sees merrymaking as a waste. You seem like you're fun at parties. Next up, we have another peasant. This peasant goes to... G-H-U-S. Bus. Yeah, your dwarf just died, Mr. Mac. You're probably gonna get buried quick enough. I don't think you'll spook anybody. Could you snag one? Possibly. She is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't reciprocated. She is absorbed by delusions of self-importance and has a strong tendency towards privacy. Though she is conflicted by this, as she dislikes this sort of concealment in the abstract. She often finds herself to be changing her mind to agree with somebody else, and only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and is moved by art and natural beauty, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has a calm demeanor, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and doesn't focus on material goods, and occasionally overindulges, and she is troubled by this because she values self-control. She dreams of raising a family and personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and finds artwork boring and values self-control. So I'm gonna do somebody a favor who's not actually watching right now. This is somebody who watches VODs, and they requested in a comment that I give them another dwarf. So I'm going to do that. This is somebody who is in a time zone where they literally can't watch the streams at all. So Le Musketeer is now another dwarf because they asked very nicely a couple days ago in comments. Often feels envious of others and can handle stress and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He does not often feel lustful, and he has no interest in joking around. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and could be considered rude. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally has the highest regard for loyalty and values tradition and respects the law. Next up here, we're going to go back to the Twitch chat here. This one is going to be GM _ 070. The Game Master 070. Padinsky, what up, dude? How's things? He is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, has a greedy streak, and he is slow to trust others. He is curious and eager to learn and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and can handle stress. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally thinks romance is very important in life. Values family and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Has no family and is an adequate pumper. That's a necromancer. That's a necromancer. That's a necromancer. Okay, so in my headcanon, in order for this to work, nobody knows that this is a necromancer, right, chat? Nobody suspects a thing. Right, chat? We are exterminating necromancy from the map. I realize that we know that this is a necromancer. The dwarves do not know that this is a necromancer. Right? Right? Nothing suspicious about this dwarf whatsoever, right? Otherwise, I have to vault them into the volcano. This dwarf, who is currently an animal trainer, this dwarf, because I'm going in order of the Twitch chat, is the Sanix. Static Gem, Volbach. Has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. She enjoys being in crowds and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Often is cheerful and is quite ambitious. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She rarely feels discouraged, and she is stubborn. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she is assertive, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She often feels envious of others, and when greeting others, she smiles nervously. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of ruling the world. Personally values honesty and values self-control. Wait until they do something sus. Yes. Smile. Yes. Definitely. Welcome to the fort. That's everybody. Oh wait, yeah, that's a good question. Does she have family? Ooh. None in the fort though. Yo, hey, Sam Texagon. I don't think you were here earlier for this, so I'm going to show it off again. So I was sent some screenshots by Kitfox, and two of them I decided not to use in the video, mostly because I wanted to do this. But I decided to not use two of them in the video because I thought this was interesting. Does this look familiar to you? I think that they're using your forts in testing, dude. Which is pretty cool, actually. Necromancer has an apprentice? Yeah, Abe. Islaslo Gogol? Seems like a human name. Ooh, actually. Former member of the Tower of Renown, the Immortal Council. Okay, so the former Fire Master is a really good name. Was also a slave of the Empire of Wanderers. I mean, the actual adventure mode screenshot, those of you who maybe missed this, this? This is the adventure mode screenshot. And you got the Hippelman. You know? There, the Hippelman. Got our little character UI. Actual UI. Other UI. That's the actual adventure mode screenshot. Wait, what? So this dwarf has no health problems, but apparently is wounded. Feels gratitude after being rescued. What are you wounded for? Like, what wounded you? I'm so confused. Let's add another surgeon. Because I need more surgeons, turns out. Also need another doctor. And another diagnoser. Pigfinite, congratulations. You're now a doctor. And need for training. Ranged effectiveness. Have any dwarves that are trained in mark dwarving? Let's increase the size of this squad a little bit. Need for training. Which King of Dead kind of does. Psychon does. We'll give it to Psychon. And you, Necromancer, are going to do this. I would think that you're probably pretty good at reading. Considering you are a necromancer. Yeah, you're a competent observer. True, not breathing. Definitely a necromancer. So we do have 52 books. None of them spooky. None of them. Yeah, no, a necromancer is a definitely a vampire. Yes. All right, and I have a lamb, apparently. Let's put that lamb over here. So lamb, no starve. Don't mind the necromancers I also have in cages. Or any of the, like, many, like, rhinos I have in cages. I should actually probably get those trainings so that we can get those at. Because turns out I got a lot of wild boar in cages. He just cures people of asthma. He's just here to give him his puffer, okay? He can't breathe, clearly. It's got asthma. Not a necromancer. Just has asthma. That might be one of the strangest questions somebody's ever asked me, Dean. Am I going to execute the necromancers via lava? So, I kinda want this fortress to fall into chaos as it destroys necromancy. Like, for lack of a better term, I kind of want to become the bad guys by the end, you know? You know what I mean? Because we are trying to destroy necromancy. So I'm kind of okay with slowly building up a population of necromancers to suddenly take over towards the end. Because I think that would be fun. And that's kind of a fun, longer-term story to tell, in my opinion. So that's kind of where I'm thinking. Does YouTube work like utter shit for everyone else today? It's constantly freezing and skipping forward. I've been having problems with keeping, like, YouTube pages loaded, but I've been generally just kind of assuming that that's my web browser, because my web browser is not... Like, I use Brave, which is kind of a bit of an on-the-fringes browser in some ways. I might switch back to Firefox soon, because I've been kind of less happy with Brave as of late. But I use Brave because it's just a really, it's just a really well put together browser generally. But recently, certain websites have been starting to work not so hotly, and one of them is YouTube. Our local necromancers are totally fine. We're here to destroy all other necromancers. Yeah, Unless you have a necromancy license, you are not allowed to practice necromancy in the realm of Firebolt. All right, so you must apply for a necromancy license to be an evil monster in this world. Definitely. We'll be sending our reps by to make sure that your paperwork is up to date. Just the usual videos. Yeah, I like literally everything on YouTube loads badly for me right now. Huh. Well, this is funny. This is a tweet from Twitch support. So I'm just gonna read this so that I don't have to flashbang you guys with a bad website like Twitter. Based on community's feedback, we've decided to depreciate Hype Chat on November 15th and invest more into cheering and bits. Going forward, we still believe in the value of pinned messages in fast-moving chats, and viewers will be able to pin cheers with bits in coming weeks. So they're killing Hype Chats. So our days of being able to fake super chat on Twitch are coming to a close. Thank fuck. Good riddance. What's Hype Chat? Good question. Good question. What? I mean, they lasted like half a year. Monkey. Good question. What is a Hype Chat? Best question anybody's asked all day. Like a hype train? No. So hype train is when 3 people do a thing in a row. A hype chat are the things that like pin a message at the top of chat that's like a copy of what's the word? It's like a copy of YouTube super chats, but on Twitch. It's the little lightning bolt thingy, I think is what the icon looks like. It's like right next to the bits icon. And they're terrible because unlike every other monetization feature on Twitch, you don't actually get anything for it. By that, I mean you don't unlock badges, you don't unlock emotes, you don't get anything for it. Yeah, those things. Thanks, Animal. You don't actually get anything for it. And they are very deceptive. So it says Animal just gave me 12 euros. I'm actually getting about 62% of that because Twitch takes a 30% cut and then I have to pay transfer fees and conversion rates. So streamers hate it because it's not honest about how much money we're getting. Quite literally. Like, streamers don't particularly like features where it looks like we're getting more money than we actually are. Do I think I could get the Twitch CEO to try out DF? The Twitch CEO, Dan Clancy, seems like a lovely individual. I had some great conversations with him. But dude doesn't play video games. Dude kayaks and sings country songs. Yeah, I doubt that. Maybe Call of Duty, but if I played my cards right, I could probably get onto his stream. But, like, I don't particularly care to. Giggity, giggity, giggity. Giggity, giggity. Thanks for the 69 pennies, Shark. Also, another reason why we all hate hype chats over here on Twitch. Some people are stuck in ads, so I'm just pausing the game for 3 minutes. Another reason people on Twitch hate hype chats is because hype chats don't have a public API. Bits and gift subs do. So the API for bits and gift subs are public, so we can make notifications for it. Hype chat, the reason they don't have a public API for it, or the reason they've said they don't have a public API for it, is it's still in testing. They're not certain they're keeping the feature. Clearly, they're killing it in, like, 6 days. So, like, makes sense. But for us, it is a paranoia that they're going to restrict that they are thinking about restricting the API from other third-party users. And because we don't want to use Twitch's own alert system, like nobody does. If you ask any streamer, it's like, nobody particularly likes Twitch's alerts. They're just not as good. And using something that is built entirely in-house usually makes you have less options and worse support than a third-party company dedicating the entirety of its existence to making that feature better. So the vast majority of people who stream use Stream Elements or Streamlabs or one of the other options out there, and not Twitch's own alerts. So because hype chats don't have the external API, they had even less adoption as well. Or yesterday, actually? Well, good for Dan. I still want to know who was the employee who denied Dan's partnership and he got the email the day before TwitchCon. Like, genuinely, I would like to know who did that. Because I want to go give them a high five if I ever see them. Because imagine being the Twitch employee that denied partnership for the CEO the day before TwitchCon. Although, in Dan's statement about the whole thing, he did say that he personally feels he should have been denied because it was his first application, and it's kind of a Twitch thing that they always deny your first application for partner. So he's like, I honestly, like, I'd only streamed 11 of the last in the last 30 days, and technically I was supposed to stream 12, so that's the reason they denied me, which is totally fair, and it's a good thing they didn't give it to me. But it was very funny, like, whenever he did do a panel or something, because like somebody would be like, hi, like at his Q&A panel, he's like, first person lines up to ask him a question, and he's just like, hi, I'm a Twitch affiliate, blah blah blah, and Dan goes, yep, me too. And the entire crowd just burst out laughing for some reason. Why the excavation? Isn't it going to cave in? No, you don't need to put up supports unless, like, you could carve out the entirety of a layer and it wouldn't cave in. It'll only cave in if you remove all supports for it. I'm doing this big excavation because I'm almost out of boulders. And I need more boulders. And I need to increase the amount of iron in my fortress. So we're mining out these and also getting more coal and getting more stone and various other rocks, as well as things like chalk, so that I can make more steel. So, just getting the resources. But yeah, unlike YouTube, I actually have faith in Twitch's CEO. I don't have any faith in YouTube's CEO. YouTube's current CEO is the same guy who was talking about how great of an idea it would be to allow people to put their comments on the blockchain and mint shorts as NFTs and other things back when he was chief financial officer before he became CEO. So I don't trust the guy. Seems like a bit of a nitwit to me. Oak Madge, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you.
Bits are good.
Mm-hmm. Every little bit counts. Doubled on. And also, this should go without saying, I will be disabling all notifications and sound commands during the actual interview. What's up, Shatner? Sometimes I just realize while I'm streaming that I've been talking for like a way too long period of time nonstop. And then I'll suddenly clue into that and just be like, oh, I should talk less. Should cool off the talking. Where are you pushing this, I wonder? Let's find out. Could be one of two stockpiles. Exactly where I wanted you to put it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dwarf. I love it when people subscribe before they follow. That's my favorite thing. What is the countdown to the interview? It's 11 o'clock local time, 11 a.m. And the interview's at 3 p.m. I realize that I turn the streams on very, very far in advance, but I just do my normal stream beforehand. And then after the interview's over, we will be playing some Risk of Rain for a little bit. Okay, is there a reason those are not getting coffinized? I mean, like, okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118 All right, so let's go through and just delete some of these that are not being used. Not sure why these are being finicky, but they are. That's got a duck in it. And then I'm just going to open up DFAC. Burial. Use this command. Created 10 tombs. And then that gives me tombs. Art Dude, thank you very much for the Prime subscription as well. You've been watching my YouTube for a long time? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've definitely ran into that. The YouTube not working nice is somehow connected with their ad system, but their ad blocker specifically freezes up with it off. But it's on... Well, I mean, my web browser has built-in ad blocker. So I wonder if that's got something to do with it. Okay, I still need a few more. Grand's getting moved. Kraken. Attacking sharks needs to get moved as well. I think I'm just going to do this. Place some more in here. Oh yeah, I've got that Prime sub lying around. Well, thank you, dude. Appreciate you. It's just a funny thing to me that's been happening for a very long time. You know, people will just randomly tune in and be like, "I've been watching your YouTube for ages. Sub. Oh, I should follow. Follow." It's like, I don't know. It's just kind of funny. You would not be able to look at the internet today without an ad blocker? Yeah, I don't disagree with that feeling. It's sad that I don't disagree with it, but I don't disagree with it. There's also, like, a reason why vast majority of, like, the media that I read on the internet, and by read, I mean, like, websites with articles on them. I know that's a shocker. But so many websites like that are borderline unusable now just because of, like, how many... the way ads are distributed onto those websites. So... like, it's actively hostile to use some of those. A lot of those websites. Not even some of them. A lot of them. Well, it's going to take a little bit to get those bodies out of there. You're the same as Art Dude 47. You know, it's kind of funny. The first month premium was out. So back in December, which was also like the best financial month of my life. I made it was like $1,600 in Prime subs. And I'm pretty sure it was just because there was just that many people watching that don't normally watch Twitch that just all, like, simultaneously would realize, oh, shit, we all have Prime subs up. So it was the only time in my entire streaming career that I've unironically been able to just remind people that Twitch Prime exists and then immediately get a bunch of subscriptions. It was kind of surreal. It's like, I've been doing this for a really long time, and that's the only time in my entire career where I've been able to do that. Okay, Null Man, you need to get memorialized. Board Guy, you need to get memorialized. Can't support them anymore? No, I get it. I mean, I shouldn't use Prime anymore. I don't, at this point, I wonder why I still pay for Amazon Prime. I think it's because I do order like 3 or 4 products a year. I order enough things consistently from Amazon that it's worth having. But, and then I do occasionally, like, what do you need? I do occasionally watch Diagnosis Required. Okay, hold on. I need to check something. Going to I'm actually just going to be a little bit more precise about my doctoring, I think, is what we're going to do. Not the one before the ad, but the one after. Speaking of ads, I had something kind of hysterical happen last night. I was watching Ponce play some Risk of Rain, and he was fighting the final boss, and he mentioned during the final boss, crap, an ad's about to run. So he was trying to, like, clear the end of the match before the ad went off, and he managed to, and the literal second he killed the boss, the ad started. Which was very funny because I saw the ad. And the ad was for some Amazon Prime show. But it has Bon Jovi in the background. So it's just like, kills boss. He pauses the game, goes, yes. And then shout to the heart. And you're to blame. Very funny. Like, I was just sitting here editing, like, the questions doc for today. And then just burst out laughing. It was, like, perfect timing. It was very, very funny. It reminded me of, like, old Twitch back when, you know, they used to just, you know, let us, well, not let us, but back when people used to not give a shit and just stream stuff that they weren't supposed to. Just lots and lots and lots of random songs dug into things. That Dwarves brewing stuff. How are those tombs coming along? Okay, so these dwarves do have these assigned. It's just a matter of them doing it, I think, is the problem. You know, kids, I'm gonna give you your least favorite chores back. I need you guys to bury some bodies. Because they are, like, doing a good job. They're doing Dwarf's work here, but they're pretty efficient at getting rid of bodies. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do it this way. Let's go to work. Let's go to labor, standing orders, chores. Turn off all of the chores except for burial. Let's do it that way. Let's just get these kids dealing with these bodies. Just get them out of here. Which means they're probably actually just going to all go play. Me when the. I feel like you wrote half of a sentence. If you're asking when the interview is, it's at 3 p.m. Pacific. It's currently 11 a.m. local time. Your final break at work today starts right as the interview would. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We'll probably be 5 minutes early because we're pretty consistently early for these. Hire a necro and do a burial. You can't raise things once they... what's the word? You can't raise things from the dead once they are rotten. At least, not friendly. Strike the earth? Ah. Sorry, I just, to me, that just seemed like a collection of words. It's like, me when the, what? But consider it struck. Is that, is me when the a meme? Sorry, I feel old. My apologies. You just used Ookla to check the internet, and instantly it became noticeably faster. It's like they know. It's like, oh no, Taigo's getting annoyed with the internet, the lack of internet speed. Quick, speed it up. Turn the dial up. Will not be pissed by corpses. Necromancers, you know, don't actually care that much about corpses. Although they do get terrified, just like any other dwarf. Got to put every single tooth individually into the tombs. Every single tooth. Me win, I win. It's okay. I'm barely in the loop. Yeah, I mean. Why come so many died? Dwarf Fortress. I had a dwarf go insane with a pickaxe, and 5 dwarves later, and then the rest were from the last siege of zombies. Yeah, I mean, like, we had one intelligent undead get into the fort, too, because it got ahead of the rest of the zombie squad, and I didn't notice it running into the fort. And that also ripped, like, 2 dwarves apart. So, you know, it's a good time. I would say. It's a pretty good time. You guys want to see my YouTube views after big news drops? Prepare for a flashbang. For those of you with eyes that do not like light mode, you may want to squint for the next, I don't know, 10 seconds. Check this out. This is my YouTube channel after there's big news. This is like, you know, normal views, normal views, normal views. Dunk, dunk, dunk. It's just, number go up. Very quick. There you go. Flashbang over. Looks like someone had fun judging by the number of coffins. It's fine! No fun was had here. I would like to happily report that there was minimal fun. Unfortunately, I can tell you for a fact the answer to that is no. You cannot, in fact, bury more than one tooth at a time. Only one at a time. And also only one... Oh, shit! They're discussing the pulley! I wonder if, Oh, no. My necromancer is very anxious after discussing social behavior, and very anxious after pondering social behavior, and very anxious after discussing the pulley, and anxious dwelling upon discussing social behavior. I guess that the necromancer is a very nervous individual. Instead, necromancer, I'm going to move you from that job to the job of performer in the tavern. We'll do that. Because clearly, talking to people about intellectual subjects is too much for your feeble brain to handle. Adequate speaker. Yeah, there you go. Get down there. Antisocial necro. There you go. Smitchell, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? Mods, could I get a shout out for Smitchell? If you want more Dwarfy content, you can find it at their channel. Necromancers are only actually a threat if they're currently being aggravated. So if they're in combat, they will resurrect bodies to life as a form of self-defense. But aside from that, they're actually, like, largely harmless. I know some people get, like, terrified of them, but, like, that's... In older versions of the game, they used to just, like, resurrect the things as undead ad nauseum for, like, with no real logic behind it, with no intervals. Like, if they saw a body, it would be a zombie, basically. But they haven't operated like that in quite a long time, so they've gotten a lot more passive. At this point, they're just normal dwarves that don't like dying with weird hobbies, really. And by weird hobbies, I mean, like, they have this, you know, habit of making zombies. So if that's considered a weird hobby, then they have weird hobbies. I got a necromancer in your entire fort turned into necromancers. Probably because you acquired a book about necromancy. If you acquire a book about necromancy and it ends up in your library, yeah, your entire fort will get taken over by necromancers because all your dwarves will read it. Which is pretty common, actually. So if you are raiding necromancer towers or tombs, and they bring back books, and one of the books in the description says, this book contains the secrets of life and death, then any book who reads it will just become a necromancer, and there's no reversing it once they're a necromancer. So that's what's happening there. Basically, congrats, you found a Necronomicon. Once they know, they know. Exactly, yeah. I'm setting up spaces here to start making offices for individual dwarves. Maybe just dining halls for individual dwarves. I'm not sure. Already attending meetings. Well, so this dwarf likes reading. Man, I could actually put this dwarf in the military. That would probably be really dangerous for my own military. I mean, a sharp axe will end the conversion process, but it certainly won't reverse it. Should also probably assign a champion at some point. Also, worth noting, we did have a noble in this fort, but they did die. So I'm pretty sure we're not going to get the king now, which I'm actually totally fine with. I didn't really want the king. However, I do hope that we get bigger trade wagons. And also, I've just realized I forgot to do something, which is this. I need to deconstruct these and also chop those down. Otherwise, in case they do send wagons, I won't be able to get them into the fort. And also, do I even have any woodcutters right now? I have a nasty habit of killing them. Make two more woodcutters. You extra woodcutters. Wagons can't go over traps. Doesn't matter the type of trap. They can't go over traps. What does the champion do? In the future, they're going to have more features. I think there's some features planned around the siege update, but basically the champion goes around and teaches your other squads. So it slightly increases the speed. Basically, so like in designated temples, religious leaders can give sermons, speeches, and teach. And champions basically do that job, but for your military. They go around and they just train with your different squads, basically. Your dwarf old age death messed up royalty. Shoot, your daughter Chiefin doesn't count. The problem with Chiefin is, yes, they do count as a baron, but they are the Baroness of Cotton Faith, which is not my fortress.
8 months now. Let's keep it going.
Do I have any leather? Ashatolan, Ian, thank you very much for the 8th month. Cheers, dude. Yeah, let's keep it going. I mean, only if you want to. It's up to you. Don't do things you can't afford. A caravan has arrived, and I think that they... Yep, the wagons have bypassed my inaccessible site. Because I didn't those out of the way in time. Whoever the mayor of Cotton Faith is, I would assume would be... in charge of that. I will be right back, chat. The streamer needs to visit the little streamer's room. 2 seconds.
Over here, he has a sword!
Food, fries and food is hand.
It depends on the Civ ruler and the situation. It's less likely the Civ ruler... It's less likely the Civ ruler will come to your fort. Less likely. Not impossible, but less likely. What, over here he has a sword? It is, in fact, from Thief Gold, is where that is from. Because we streamed Thief Gold, and when that line went off, after we all finished dying from hysterical laughter, we went into the game files and found that sound bit, and then made it a sub-command. There's a few sounds from games in the Patreon commands. That's one of them. The woohoo one is from a video game called War Sim.
Woo!
That one. I've thought about making one for, or rather, out of the whoa sound that they make in the animated intro for the older versions of Dwarf Fortress. I've thought about doing that, but it's never happened. I like how scrolls are considered contraband. That's interesting. I will sell that iron whip, these copper whips. What else can we sell? Sell the bronze spears. Oh wow, I can actually sell maces. Maces were contraband for a bit of time there. Crossbows are contraband now. Interesting. All right, well, let's let them do that. We already have that, Mr. Mac. Donna Minstrel, what up? It's good to see you. You've been struggling to become a mountain home in your fortress. Do you have any tips? At what point in the mountain home progression are you? What nobles do you have? Suited Giraffe meets with the Outpost Liaison, and they come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of a realm. We are totally still on track to get a king. There's much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization of World 4 info. And I'm just going to request all of the instruments again, because we are trying to collect the instruments. And this faction has a lot of them, and they're a pain to make. They want spears and splints next year. Well, we can sort that out. We need a tier list. That sounds like clickbaity bullshit. I don't really do that. Also, they all kind of do the same thing. Some of them have demands and some of them don't. It's the only real difference. You have a barony. When you trade every year, do you get that pop-up that says we've come to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm? Because if they're not doing that, and also, is the barony a barony that you selected? The two things you have to do with the barony. Make sure that all of their needs are satisfied. So make sure that all of their requests are green. And when they when you get traders, give them some gifts. So there's an offer button on items that you've made. Offer up some gifts because you have to pay a certain amount of tribute to the mountain home. Basically, what you want is every single time you trade with them, you want to get that first pop-up that says we've come to elevate this land. We've come with permission to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. You want that. And you won't get that unless you are giving them gifts. And then you'll become the capital, and then you need the 7 wonders, which, I mean, I could spoil that if you want. And then you need to make a true throne, which is you need to make a throne out of adamantine. So, and put it in the throne room for the king or queen, monarch. Of their importance. That is like the most redundant tier list that I've ever heard of. Because the player doesn't make them, really. They happen, right? The dwarves either request them, and you kind of don't have a choice. Unless you expel all the dwarves that are requesting it. Or you just get them. So there is no, like, way. The dwarves elect their own mayor. When they ask the when they ask the wonders, you had a capital with the king, but they didn't ever tell you about them. When the king's needs are fully satisfied. So their throne room, their tomb, their bedroom, they all need to be royal. So once they're all green, you get a pop-up telling you to dig deeper, basically. But this is a forgotten beast named Osman Nagandeslek Votu Arthig. It is a great bob composed of flame. It has a burny shell, and it has a bloated body. So it's a ball of fire, which is going to clear a lot of these webs out, and probably a lot of these bodies too. Frankly, I totally like having this creature down here, actually. This is very useful. Although I think that the giant web monkey is still alive, and I have a feeling that if the giant web monkey gets to it, this creature is going to disappear very quickly. So we'll hang out here until we see if this creature gets bit by the giant web monkey or not, which probably has even more kills. What the fuck is that? It's a blob composed of flame, and it has 5 notable kills, and was killing things in rock wad. Everybody loves a good old wad of rocks. Definitely another kill for the monkey, likely. Unless the monkey died off screen when I wasn't paying attention. It's also very slow. I keep thinking like the frame rate's gone down, but it hasn't. Like we're still at 70 frames. It's just a very slow creature. Certainly clearing out a lot of these webs. Oh no, it's gonna walk off screen. Bye! Well, certainly making this area a lot cleaner looking. Blobby, come back. Blobby? You abominable fire blob? Well, that's a shame. Is there something like a tree farm in DF? No, you cannot plant or farm trees in Dwarf Fortress. Although, if you make a wet floor underground, trees will eventually grow on it. So you can kind of control where trees grow if you're trying to do that. But you cannot plant trees in Dwarf Fortress. This dwarf is frustrated upon not being able to find somebody in charge to yell at. I understand that feeling. Okay, so this is interesting. Cotton Faith, or Cotton Faith, or Cotton Faith, I guess, is... Where is it? This. Which is one of the towers I've taken over. So I guess the mountain home has decided that this is a legitimate Baron site to increase the tier of my whole city, because we are moving up, because Jiefin is now a countess instead of a baron, and literally, and the place that they are the count of isn't technically my fortress. So that's interesting. I'm gonna jump over to pets and livestock because I have a named rhino. I'm gonna war train this rhino. I actually have 2 rhinos that we can war train. These 2. The ones that are just trained and are not tame, I'm not gonna war train. And I can also go through here and slaughter 55 billion wild animals that are in cages. It's gonna open up so many cages. Meat's back on the menu, dwarfs. You have a frame rate question. You have a waterfall that goes from the surface to the first cavern layer, which is mostly naturally flooded, but the water empties onto the land before draining into the water. Would it be draining directly into a natural lake be better for the frame rate? Unless it's blocking pathing, it shouldn't affect it much at all. Unless you have, like, you know, a Pentium 2. Lava physics doesn't, or lava and water and liquids do not affect the frame rate much at all, unless there's like a large amount of water that wasn't there before suddenly there. By that I mean like a large explosion of like high pressure water. If it's, as long as it's not that, like the like water like that doesn't really affect your frame rate that much in my experience. Maybe it does in yours. But for me, the most efficient way to get rid of water is just to drain it off the side of the map. By that, I mean like dig a trench right to the edge of the map and then like this. And then when you're done digging to the edge, you then use a smooth tool on the edge, and then you use this tool on the edge to fortify it, and that puts holes in the edge of the map, and then water can flow off the edge of the map. That's the most efficient way to do it. But lava and water just kind of flowing on its own shouldn't hurt your frame rate too much, unless it's blocking pathing of something. So unless dwarves are trying to get past that spot, you're largely fine. And also, if you get attacked by a fire-breathing creature, you'll have a higher chance of survival, because fighting in knee-deep water basically nullifies like fire-based creatures. So there's also that. So maybe it's a good idea to have a floodable zone. This dwarf wants to practice some martial arts. I don't know about this dwarf. I'm worried about some of my dwarves, to be honest. Let's make a new squad. This is gonna be a squad built off of the last squad that I made. I'm going to find a military dwarf who's in a really good mood. They're gonna be the commander. So let's say somebody who's good, who's also let's go with Zuglar. This dwarf. Legendary Spear Dwarf. They're going to start the new squad, which is the Brass Orbs. They are going to have the Spear Armor, which is the one that they're already wearing. Let's assign some more dwarves. We'll do GM70. Goss. Throw Tobes in. The Musketeer. And Eustace will do. And they are going to train in here. And let's go down to here and go to schedule. Set them to train constantly. I will cancel that order, and they will go put their armor on, and they're going to go train. How to nickname things? You can nickname literally anything, even a shoe. Actually, that's not true. You can't nickname a shoe. I lied. But you can nickname, like, a table. You click on the little feather, and then you type in whatever. That goes for all entities. So this could be named Mudstone Table. That is now a named Mudstone Table instead of just a Mudstone Table. It's a named Mudstone Table. But, like, same with dwarves. You just, that. A handful of military dwarves are really pissed off despite having generally decent personalities for it and not being able to, and not being active for over a year now. Nothing on their character sheets indicates unhappiness, but they will not cheer up for the rest of the fort is really good moods. Any ideas? Have you ever heard of this thing called, like, PTSD? It ruins your life. War sucks. And the dwarves don't like it. If they have fought with something, it's likely that you've just completely obliterated the mental capacity of all those dwarves. Very much a real possibility. So, any fixes? I mean, put more effort into making them happy. I mean, if you look at their thoughts and you say that there's no indicators, does it say that they're anxious, tired, envious, terrified, humiliated? Do they have any kind of negative thoughts towards that stuff? Because they probably do. Just gonna turn off chores for children for a little bit on that subject. Nobody's dumping anything, but that's fine. I do need to trade, however, so let's do that. I do not have a broker. Right. That would help. Let's go with Metop, the animal dissector. Go trade. Tolis, thank you very much for checking a gift sub at Bubba. Appreciate you. I mean, or you could retire the unhappy ones, which is what I try to do. Or I send them to go take over their own locations, which generally they do a very good job of. All right, so we're going to buy one of every instrument. Although I'm going to buy the more expensive ones. I like these ones. We'll buy all of them. Oh, never mind. I can't afford all of them, so I won't. Let's buy that. Let's buy this. Oh, man. Can't even afford all of them, but buy what we can. I'll just turn the instruments number up. See how many we have. Yes, they will burn away and vanish unless they're lava safe or unless they're an artifact. In which case, they'll burn away and vanish if they're an artifact, and then reappear if you ever reclaim the fort. Some migrants have arrived. The best way to get what you want out of life is to work for it, says this dwarf. If you think you are a high master metal crafter, or would just like a dwarf in this fort, raise your hand and say, pick me, and then we're gonna have to make more bedrooms. These poor bastards. Tried with the drawbridge. How do you dump things in lava? This is how you dump anything in anything. Okay? See this? This is a dumping zone. This dumping zone is one tile off of the lava and one tile over lava. Dwarves will throw it, well, they will stand there and throw it upwards because they have to stand the zone and they put it next to themselves in the zone. So if you have a 2-tile long zone over top of a hole, they will stand on the ground and they will throw it into the hole. Very simple. New arrival. You, right here, are now, Ashol. Low. You flew up. I think I spelled that right. Chop down the trees and build roads. You don't need a clear perimeter. It just needs to be 3 tiles wide. This dwarf is sometimes cruel, is grounded in reality, is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He tends to think before acting, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is a little bit wasteful when working on projects, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is not particularly curious about the world and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He is trusting, and he often feels envious of others and rarely feels discouraged, and he has a greedy streak, and he begins to talk much more slowly when he's exasperated. He personally sees the whole pursuit of art as silly, believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and values good craftsmanship. Has no family nor friends. The next dwarf to arrive here has a beard, and this dwarf is now officially this dwarf is now officially I can type swear Crabicus. Crabicus is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges to push buttons. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is curious and eager to learn. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he is very humble. He likes to take it easy, and he is quite ambitious. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He is slow to trust others, and when he's annoyed, he starts to talk really slowly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family, and personally believes that little is better in life than a good party. Finds the idea of fair dealing and foolish and cheats whenever he finds it profitable. And he sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. He likes killinite, platinum, and banded agate, as well as harebone and coins and sheep for their tendency to flock, and when possible prefers to consume sloth, bumblebee mead, and dwarven wheat flour, and absolutely hates oysters. He is married to M, who isn't here. His uncle Ushirir is a cook and crossbow dwarf here, and his cousin is dead, unfortunately, and worships Vranoth, which is the name of a god. Next dwarf is Cloudy GM. How do you make? Just skimming chat. And also in regards to the YouTube chat, I do see the YouTube chat. There's 250 people watching on Twitch, and how many people watching on YouTube? 46. So it's harder for me to keep up with the Twitch chat, so I focus on that. All right. So this particular dwarf lives at a high energy kinetic pace and is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Well, congratulations, you're in the army now. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he tends to think before acting. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstraction over practical applications. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Is troubled by this because he values such powerful forces in life. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he is quite ambitious, and he is quick to anger. His hands jump all over the place when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society. Considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. I have no interest in Counter-Strike 2, and also no interest in any modern Counter-Strike whatsoever. When they added loot boxes was when I stopped playing. Moving on. And that dwarf, of course, strips naked because the military just wear armor. Next up here we have... I like how the last migrant wave was all ladies, and this one I think has been all boys so far. Unique Owns. Unique Owns is an optimist, generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is quite polite, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square the natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He is trusting, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he can handle stress, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He occasionally overindulges and tenses up when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values cunning and respects power. This particular dwarf, their younger half-sister, Elfie Bean, passed away a while ago, unfortunately. Same with their two cousins. Or no, one of their cousins. Monkey Monk Monk is still alive, though. So, here to hang out with Cousin Monk. Up in here, we got our first lady of this migrant wave. This lady is going to be... Mini Monster. Mini Monster. Lives at a high energy kinetic pace, has a calm demeanor, is an active imagination, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to not avoid any physical confrontation. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She has a greedy streak, and she occasionally overindulges and is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she only works she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is repelled by the ideal of honesty and lies without compunction. Sees war as a useful means to an end and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. What a dwarf. Next up here we have a spinner. This spinner is Mr. I don't know why I did that in that voice. Mr. Raven 74. Mr. Raven 74 is rarely jealous, prone to hatreds, and often develops negative feelings, lacks confidence in his abilities, and takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he does not tend to hold on to grievances. He has an active sense of humor, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. This dwarf, this lady, is going to be... Mania. She is always tense and jittery. She tries to do things correctly each time. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She could be considered rude and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Is stubborn and tends to avoid crowds and is given to flights of fancy, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She can handle stress and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family. Personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and values eloquence. That was a lot of reading, but we have 134 dwarves now, so that's great. I mean, it is what it is. Your dwarf persona does not always match your human persona. Mini Monster. I think I found a fix for not wearing metal boots over shoes problem. If you create a uniform with replaced clothing and then create a new uniform with set to wear over clothing, the dwarves will collectively put on boots and gauntlets. Yeah, but you don't need to do that. I will just reiterate what I said a billion times yesterday. There's absolutely no material benefit to the player forcing dwarves to wear shoes and metal shoes. I have no idea because I'm not a furry, Captain Jack. gets weird when it matches a little too well. I mean, it's like having your palm read, right? Okay, so let's check this. How many more bedrooms do I need? Because I probably need a few. I do, in fact, need a few from the looks of things. All right, so let's do bedrooms first. Yeah, all of my most recently constructed bedrooms are claimed. So let's do another round of bedrooms. Question is, where in the hell do I put them? I could put some here. Let's do here first. Although that is... no, it's 2 layers. It's fine. But yeah, Dwarf Fortress personalities sometimes end up being eerily close to, like, tarot card readings and stuff like that. Where it's like, okay, well, none of that actually means anything, but it can be interesting. It's like generic advice that's personalized to you, essentially. That if the person is skilled at deception, they can seem quite truthful. But if they don't have socks, they'll get blisters. Dwarves don't get blisters. They do get splattered into a billion pieces sometimes. The Doctrine of Intricacies. I have to make another temple? I already made a temple. I guess I have to make a second temple. I thought that was a ghost, but it's a plant. I'm going to fly all the way up to here, because this is where I put the last one. This is the last temple we made. So I'm going to put a temple right here. No heals. Thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Good for self-reflection. I can believe that, yeah. It's just a thinking tool, right? Pulling a question from YouTube chat. Dwarves only require the clothing they've worn previously. So this dwarf requires all of this clothing to be happy. Once they've had a piece of clothing, they then require that piece of clothing. So what's the minimum amount of clothing a dwarf needs to be happy? The amount of clothing they are currently wearing. So this dwarf needs socks, loincloth, trousers, obviously second sock, gloves, shoes, hood, tunic, cloak, mitten. They need all those to be happy. Otherwise, they will seek out those other clothing items. Once they've had an article of clothing, they want to replace it with a new one. Slippery floor is a good way to level the hospital. I mean, jokes aside, a good way to level the hospital is either throw your dwarves into lava repeatedly or put beehives everywhere. Because if you put beehives everywhere, then dwarves will randomly get bee stings, and then they'll be carried to the hospital and treated and diagnosed. And it does increase your diagnoser skill for your doctors, and sometimes increases the doctoring skill for your doctors. Obviously not your surgeons or your stitches or any of those things, but just put beehives there. I don't do it because I think it's cheesy as all hell, and I don't like the idea of, like, intentionally stinging my dwarves with bees repeatedly. That just seems mean, so I don't do that. But, like, that is a effective strat. There's just something about that that's just, I don't know. It's mean without reason. It's kind of where I fall on it. I mean, I don't actually do the Dwarven weight loss program in Dwarf Fortress. I made a video about it, but, like, I don't actually do that in my own playthroughs. Like, at all. Ever. It's just something I know that you can do. Coming back to clothing, does that mean that we have to manually add the task to basically all clothes, or is it or is there a quicker way to? If you're a smarter person than me, you can set up a clothes stockpile for a certain quality of clothing, and then set it so that when there is X amount of clothing that is not available, meaning it's been claimed or is degrading, to make more clothes. But basically all I do is I queue up like 100 of everything every other year, and that's more than enough. What is the Dwarven Weight Loss Program? Look it up on my YouTube channel. Next question. You like beehives for honey, but you didn't know that helps with doctoring stuff? Well, generally the idea with beehives is you put them as far away from your dwarves as possible so that they don't get bee stings. It's generally the idea with beehives. That's usually the way you want to do it. Do not know why there's degrading blood amaranth seeds there. Okay, fine, because apparently nobody in the chat right now watched that video. The Dwarven Weight Loss Program is when you throw a dwarf using a minecart into lava and then propel them through the lava so that they catch fire, and then pull them out of the lava really quickly and then throw them into water so that the fire gets extinguished. And this burns all of the fat off of their body without actually giving them any permanent injuries. And then you get dwarven fat grease everywhere. And then they get taken to the hospital and all of their charred skin gets tended to, and you level up your doctors, and you get skinny dwarves. That's the Dwarven Weight Loss Program. All I gotta say is, Weight Watchers, ready up. Dwarf Fortress is coming for you. It's a very old dwarven strat. Sometimes you need to send them through 2 or 3 times to actually get all the fat out too. But because it takes them, like, realistically, I think it's about 2 days in game to burn to death. Just kind of fucked up if you think about it. Because it takes them so long to burn to death, and that's if you're running at full frame rate. Otherwise, it's a longer period of time. Otherwise, you can actually like leave them in the lava for like 3 seconds. But you have to be careful, because if you burn them too much, they might get a beard infection, which are uncurable, so. And make sure that you have soap around to clean those wounds, because those will die of infections. This is going to be a another religious building. So let's get this set up. It was kind of funny when I put that video up. One of the comments that really resonated with me is, "Holy shit, Blind actually did something that's more sadistic than hoodie hair," which I thought was kind of funny. Let's throw in a new temple here. Which one is it for? It is for the Doctrine of Intricacies. Okay. That's a guild hall, not a temple. Lots of doctrines. This is the Oracular Chapel. All right, Stone. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Snooze good. At least it's not a beard infection. Or at least it's not a bear infection. The thing about beard infections is, like, they're kind of a running joke in Dwarf Fortress. I don't even know if they happen anymore, because technically the beards for dwarves are considered an organ. Don't ask me why. It's like the old programming lore of Dwarf Fortress, in that you know, wagons are living creatures and whatnot. Like it's like one of those, basically. Wagons are living creatures, and the beard is the dwarves' most vital organ. Like, it's, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is a weird game. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the only way Tarn could make their beards grow as they aged, was by making it into an organ instead of like a limb, because limbs don't grow. I think that was the reasoning for it. I don't think it's actually that spaghetti, Cody. Dwarven beard is an organ. Yes. Go look at the Wikipedia or the Dwarven wiki page for beards. And it will inform you that the beard is an organ, which means I'm sure it can play church music. I'm certain it can play church music. I mean, if it can't, that's truly mad. Can be broken, splinted, and get infected. Oh yeah, another dumb thing about Dwarven anatomy lore, since I'm currently in an ad break. Necks, I don't think are actually considered to be between the chest and the head. And because jewelry were what was programmed before they added necks to the game. Bear with me here for a second. Because jewelry was added before they had necks in the game, they wear amulets on their head and not on their neck because they can't wear clothing items on their neck. So instead, they wear amulets on their head. So if I can like find us a dwarf that's wearing an amulet, like, I don't know, do you have an amulet? Yeah, see? Head. Cave Spider Silk amulet. Head. Head. Not neck. Head. You know, they put earrings in their ears. But amulets, they wear them on their head. Fane, you shouldn't be getting an ad, period. What? Why are you getting ads? You're sub to the stream. Like, you shouldn't be getting ads, period. Besides, let them waste their ad dollars on you then. There's a person, like, complaining about my content, sort of, on the subreddit in the replies to my thread, which is very amusing to me. I'm just going to read what they said. I'm not actually going to show it. If you guys want to go seek it out, you can, but be nice. This person just says, "Behold, a screenshot. Now let me spend 12 minutes making empty assumptions about the things we see here." It's not a 12-minute video, it's a 4-minute video, okay? And I make about 2 minutes of empty assumptions, and then the rest is promoting the interview today. I'll never understand why people watch such content, in air quotes. Just wait until the adventure mode is out and play it. And then somebody responds with, "Don't be afraid to share every thought you have." Followed by, "Feel free to reply to everyone you disagree with, smartass." Which, I don't know. I think this is very funny. And then somebody else tells them to pipe down, which honestly, I agree. But also, there's something very funny because honestly, I agree. I don't know why people watch the shit I make. Genuinely. Why do you guys watch this stuff? I wish that you'd watch the interviews that I do with indie devs, but I make a video about a screenshot and 10,000 people watch it. So, you know, honestly, like, I don't make the rules. The audience makes the rules. I make the videos about the screenshots so that I can make the interviews with the developers that nobody watches. That's all. You do watch the interviews of the day. Congratulations. Well, I mean, I don't actually count the ones with Tarn Adams in this statement. I count the much smaller ones that I do that, like a fraction of it. Like the last one I did, like, it was like 1,200 people watched it, which for reference is like $2 in ad revenue on that channel. And it took me like 6 hours to make that video. So It kind of depends on the interview. The ones that I do at Tarn do quite well, so I'm not complaining about those. But like there's a lot of content on my YouTube channel that very small portions of the audience watch comparatively, which always makes me a little sad. Oh, generally Reddit is like that. If you go into their like comment history, it's just like them mocking people for like little to no reason. It's like, oh wow, you must be fun at parties. I also like seeing number go up. Seeing number go up, fun. Gotta say. And you seek virtual community. You know, I'll be honest, like that's the reason I got into Twitch back in the day. To me, Twitch is a service. It's like anything else. It's like if you want to talk to people, it's a good place to do that. How well cooked it's the... I gotta say that Hippo Man does not skip arm day. Like, dude's got shoulders for years. Like, terrifying levels of shoulders. Genuinely terrifying levels of shoulders. And instead, of course, the statue of the great Avus. Should make more of those. And I also need a pedestal. I don't actually need it, but I'm going to make one. Steel pedestal. Just, let's make 3 of them. We'll need more eventually. How much steel do I have? Well, it's not about how much steel do I have. It's how much steel am I going to have. I have a bloody shit ton of iron. I have 3 different types of flux stone. And I also have a virtually infinite supply of coke. So I'm doing my best. Don't get high on your own supply impression over here. But this is all my coke because I have so much coal just hanging around the fort. So I literally just have like an infinitely repeating job of whenever there's like 10 iron bars, make 10 pig iron bars, and whenever there's 10 pig iron bars, make 10 steel bars, and whenever we're below 50 coke, make 200 coke, because I like it's nuts. Like look at this quantum stock. Holy shit, there's something rotting. That's gross. Like, if you look at this quantum stockpile right here, like, this is the stockpile. It's like coal. That's all magnetite that hasn't even been melted yet, and then more coal. And then most of this layer is flux. And that's also why I'm, like, mining out down here, because this is all flux up here, which, by the way, I need to do more of this. So let's just lower the priority on this. Lunk, lunk, lunk. So, yeah, the reason I'm mining out so much of this cavern is because a lot of this is flux, and there's also, like, tons of, like, iron ore over here, as well as these like, white jade clusters that are just also everywhere. So, yeah, no, there's just tons of iron, like, everywhere. So I'm just taking advantage. Is an arms race starting? When it comes to this fortress, we are slowly going through and killing every single one of the necromancer towers. So I've killed, like, 3 and captured 2 at this point. Yeah, also, I have, like... So I have unlimited coal, basically, unlimited iron, and also we're on a volcano, so we're just using, like, lava power. So these dwarves are just doing this basically constantly. They're just using chalk and iron. Occasionally I'll run out of flexstone, then I have to go mine more, but, like, that's the only real slow for that. So yeah, this fortress is pretty stacked when it comes to supplies for war, shall we say. Make walls from coke. They're not considered blocks, so I can't actually make coke walls. I would need to make bituminous coal walls, which I could do, but that would be a waste of coal. I'd rather just use the coal. No, but it does burn for like a year straight. Why are you asking if it's lava proof? I think in version 47, Ash had no burn points, so Ash couldn't ignite. But I know that's not the case anymore. All right, let's see how many dwarves still need bedrooms. That's a good number. I'm just assigning dwarves manually so I have an idea of how many more bedrooms I need to make. Not too many more. Keep in lava? I mean, I could make coal walls that keep in lava, but I can't make coke walls that keep in lava. So with that doing its thing down there, let's go. Just do another. Let's do another row of houses over here, because it's an easy spot. Captain Jack has been taken by a Fey mood, which I will check in on momentarily. Currently just going to finish this up. Oh. So I'll do that. Running out of space. Grabs rough white jades. Has claimed a clother's shop. And it's a Fey mood, so we're going to get a legendary clother out of this. But I guess I would have to, it would have to be a coal crafting stick. I can't craft anything out of coke. Gosh, this dwarf is going to be the death of me. I'm actually starting to consider to expel this dwarf, because Aiden keeps causing me issues. For any type of narrative. I've tried. Never really came together, though. I mean, like, I've made videos of the narratives of my forts, but I tend to do, like, short snippets. I've never really done a long-term narrative, because you want to know a dirty secret about me? I'm fucking horrible at writing. So, mostly just due to lack of practice and interest. But I find it doesn't make for particularly good Twitch content, is the actual reason. In like, the case of... What the hell? Why is that asset missing? Weird. When it comes to YouTube, that kind of content works really well, because you can spend a really long period of time, like, prepping a fortress for something like that. I don't think it works particularly well in my experience in a Twitch format, because people come to Twitch for live content, generally. And not everybody's going to watch for the entirety of a stream. So if the entire thing is baked into a narrative and you have to read a PDF file to understand what's going on in the stream, it kind of starts to defeat the purpose after a bit. Maybe at some point I could try something like that, but I really don't have that much interest, to be honest with you. 2 pieces of giant cave spider silk, white jades, fungi wood, mudstone, gizzard stones, white jades, mudstone, and human pikeman corpse right upper arm bone? Buddy, you can do that? Maybe because it's a zombie. Or came from a zombie? I don't think dwarves are supposed to be able to do that. Huh. Alright, well, that's a weird dwarf. Anyway. It's a Fey mood, though. Yeah, it's not any kind of grim mood. So that's strange. But I think there's a reason why a lot of the authored kind of narrative content you see around Dwarf Fortress isn't live streamed. There's a reason for that. It's like if you want narrative, your best bet is to, you know, watch like a Krug Smash or one of those people. And if you want to know how the sausage is made, you watch me. And of course, yeah, there is narratives, and we do discover narratives in real time, but as for actually like recording any of it, and then I guess presumably producing that into some other format of content, I need to just remind everybody, I stream about 38 to 45 hours a week, and then put in an additional about 10 hours of time into the YouTube channel every week. I work enough as is, and if you don't think I make enough content, I quit. I give up. I can't do more than I already do. And I already have, like, behind-the-scenes stuff that I'm doing privately that I don't really talk about that is also related to Dwarf Fortress. That's more work. It's a lot of stuff to sift through, yeah. Yeah, but the way Krug Smash records that stuff, like, the way I'm recording stuff is I'm sitting here, my face is on the camera, I'm streaming, I'm talking, I'm not paying 100% of the attention to the dwarves all the time. The way Krug Smash records his content is he literally sits there, pays extremely close to attention, records the whole thing, and is taking notes the entire time, and then recording chunks in real time. So he'll see a thing happen, pause, and either live record over top of it, or he will record a thing, pause, cut, and then overdub. Which I don't have time to do that. I would have to pay somebody to be a full-time editor, and I don't make enough money to do that. Captain Jack the Peasant has created Nikatokab Gethus Shidin, a cave spider silk left mitten, and offers it to the ageless creation. This is a giant cave spider silk left mitten. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round brilliant cut white jades and encircled with round brilliant cut white jades and oval chert cabochons and decorated with giant cave spider silk and encircled with bands of cave spider silk. This and rectangular mudstone cabochons. It is made from giant cave spider silk cloth. This object menaces with spikes of fungi wood, white jade, and human bone. That's weird. On the item is an image of Red Octobear, the dwarf, and Shoot Bean. The flimsy fork, the white jade mug. I didn't realize that mug was called Shoot Bean, but I guess that's the world we live in. Red Octobear is raising Shoot Bean. The artwork relates to the creation of Shoot Bean, the flimsy fork, in Firebolt by the dwarf Red Octobear in the late summer of 353. Elfie's just like, ah! All right, so let's fly up and atoms to here's. Plop this down. And they will worship that mitten. My phone is vibrating. What's happening? Nothing of value. Even though you were not there at the precise moment? Probably was selected randomly by Twitch's gift selection algorithm. But yeah, I don't know. I think honestly, generally, when it comes to like story-based content for Dwarf Fortress, I will stick to doing my lore videos of reading other people's stories. Even though I know for some people that's not enough. If you want that type of content purely, go to the people who make that type of content and support them. You know, go watch Hoodie Hair type deal. Go watch Krug Smash. But because I'm live all the time, it's very difficult for me to do that kind of thing. Do you think that the narrative for adventure mode can work better on stream? I'm very mixed and worried about how well adventure mode is going to work on stream. And the reason I say that is because back in the old days, nobody watched adventure mode. And I say that as somebody who streamed a lot of Dwarf Fortress before it came out on Steam. If I would stream Fortress mode, I would sit at like 60, 70 viewers, generally, on a good day. Maybe 100 on a great day. Pre-release. But if I would play adventure mode, I would have maybe 30. Everybody would just leave. So I'm actually very worried. I don't know how well it's going to play on Twitch. So I have several different dwarves as options for the... I think I'm going to give this position to Darius. You are now the Holy Sparkle, Darius. Congratulations. And that's another temple. Although I will put some engravings on the floors. I mean, the thing about... So, here's the question. Here's how I will answer your question, Kabir Grimm. Although this might not be a very satisfying answer. I'm just going to say this. If you're thinking, at some point, will they do X? Go to bay12games.com/dwarves. It's this website. This is the website for Dwarf Fortress. I know it's scary looking. It's very simple. The page that you want to go to is development, okay? And this was last updated January 29th, 2020, and won't be updated again until adventure mode is out, to my knowledge. I think that's when Tarn said they're going to update it. But this is, it has color coding here, so partially done, done or in the next release, and future goal or release or a subsection of something. I can scroll down here. These are everything, this is everything they want to add to the game. And this is kind of a fluid list. Whenever people ask me these questions about, will they add this, will they add this, I'm just referencing this. This is all of my knowledge about this game. It's all public. So just go look, like Control F on that page, and you will find what you're looking for. Keep in mind, it hasn't been updated. The things that they add to the game in that list does change from time to time. Sometimes things will get removed or added on. But that's where I'm pulling from. That's where I get all of the knowledge that I know about this game, with the literal exception of those screenshots I have on my hard drive right now, are public knowledge. I just because I read everything and pay close attention, doesn't mean that I'm any more informed than the rest of the audience. So it is 100% just up to you guys to be vigilant and spot things when they pop up. And if you want to know what they're planning to add to the game in the future, don't ask me, because I don't know. Just go look at that list, because all I will be doing is either searching that list or it's something that I remember from that list. You really need to check their website more? I mean, it is the fastest way to get information about Dwarf Fortress, generally. Nope, Bucket Glass, I forgot you. I didn't even realize you left. So, welcome back. Oh yeah, no, totally. Sneaky, sneaky. But generally, when it comes to me, another thing that people always ask is like, what are you excited for in the future? I don't get excited for things until they're about to come out. Just like, period. It's a blanket rule with me. If it's not out yet, I, for lack of a better term, couldn't give a flying fuck. And that's just how I operate. I've always operated that way. I don't see the purpose of getting overly excited about something that is weeks, months, years away. So when people are just like, I want boats, it's like, I mean, you're just hurting yourself by getting yourself super excited for something that's not going to be out for a long time. And if you like doing that and enjoy that, be my guest. I don't enjoy doing that. So the only update I'm looking forward to right now is the next patch. Hype is the mind killer. Hype is the game killer because if you get overly hyped about a game, your expectations can become unrealistic and then you're inevitably disappointed. See example A, Starfield. I don't want a Ferrari. The hell? Why in the world would... If I got a Ferrari, the thing I would do the second I got it is sell it. So I guess what I could say is I would like the money for a Ferrari. But why in the world would I want a Ferrari? What the hell? Why would anybody for that matter? The running costs on those things? Jesus Christ. When I heard about DF releasing on Steam, you were super hyped for like months. It was even more glorious than your smooth brain thought it would be. Well, that's cool. I'm glad it lived up to the expectations. But in my life, if I get super excited about something, either it doesn't live up to my expectations or it doesn't live up to chat's expectations. I made the mistake of getting slightly excited for Cities Skylines and then got punished with dislikes on my YouTube channel when I dared upload a video of a Paradox game. So, you know. And being critical about the way it was playing, which is fucking bad. So yeah, I don't know. Whenever I do actually get slightly excited for things, they inevitably disappoint. Arc Shroom, thank you very much for the Prime sub for a 4th month. Welcome back. Imagine the insurance, what, for the Ferrari? Yeah, no, totally. I don't even want to think about it, to be honest. There we go. Everybody has modest quarters. Dwarves are all bedroomed up. So I want somewhere slightly different for them to trade. What if we... Okay, I'm kind of between two ideas. Because I could keep them trading right here. I could also move trading up into here. That could be kind of fun. Also move trading down to here. Could also be kind of fun. Well, I mean, that's because that's something that's happening soon. Now let's knock this out and do this. Smooth that, and then I'll do a ramp down, and then we'll around here, and we'll trade down here. I like this comment on YouTube. As a Dragon's Dogma, Kentry, and Dwarf Fortress player, you've learned to go into hibernation for news and updates. Yeah, and the best thing about being into games like that as well, I can't speak to Dragon's Dogma, but the best thing about being into games like Kentry and Dwarf Fortress is, yeah, you have to go into hibernation between updates, but at least you know that the developers are not going to charge you for another game to get the update. Looking at you, Paradox. Looking at you, RimWorld. Looking at you, AAA development. Anyway. Nope, this is 100% default generation stuff. Everybody always asks if there's a trick. I just generated a world and then looked for a cool spot, found cool spot, and now we're playing on cool spot. I did not generate this world with this site in mind. Every map has cool spots. You just got to go find them. First thing you see is another volcano. Okay, so I've played one volcano fort since then. It's like maybe 1 in 3 forts is a volcano fort, maybe. I find volcanoes a little easy, so. Can all lists alphabetized? Just the thought of that is funny. I'm sorry. Dwarves don't really get rehabilitated from their sadistic tendencies. I mean, this one's certainly not. Your child almost died, though. So there is that. You have a pretty bad scar on your leg. Wait, no, that's a child. Yeah, you can't actually stand, so maybe I should remove you from the military. Although you're a crossbow dwarf, so maybe you get better accuracy from being prone all the time. I don't think that's actually how that works. For clarity's sake. Yeet. Hobo, how's things? How's your day been? How old is the necromancer? They claim to be 114 years old. Could really go for some stoned right now. Could really hold the hobo. I mean, could just hang out with the hobo. Chill and Gym got canceled because one of the trainers has the COVID. Oh, jeez. So you got finally get to play Roar? Well, that's cool. I want to play Roar so bad. We're gonna play Roar after the interview. Which normally, after the interviews end, I just immediately end stream and then go edit it. Today I'm going to play Risk of Rain Returns after the interview, because I want to. That's all. It's that simple. I would like to. We've talked about this before, but I genuinely think it's kind of funny that the standard, this doesn't go for everybody, obviously, but the standard procedure for a large portion of my audience is turn on stream, toke, watch stream, play Dwarf. Like I attract stoners wherever I go. Feel called out? I mean, me too, man, but like... It would be 100% accurate if you weren't at work. Well, there you go. I'm glad you take work seriously. How does he know? I mean, so what's the classic statement? I know my audience. No token until after like 6 p.m. That's like me. I don't, not until after like 8. Well, I'd have to drain this to fully... Yeah, I'm not going to fully cover it. It's fine. Maybe I could repurpose this lower area down here and make this into the trading area. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. We're going to repurpose this lower area. Because this used to be the prison. Let's get all these beds out of here. Pave it. Make it look a lot nicer. Make this into the trading area. The stoner dwarf tenders. All happy to provide the service. Frankly, honestly, as long as everybody is legally allowed to consume, and if they aren't, they don't brag about it, we're all good. That's about it. Let's just get rid of all of these. The day we get a click drag unbuild building command, I will be very happy. Let's do gypsum. And then gypsum's going to go all the way along that side as well. Got the perfect outbuilding to start your first 6 plants? Hell yeah. Yeah, legally here I could have 4. But I also don't really have much interest in growing weed. I've done it in the past. But I will say this. I did just buy enough stuff from Amazon that if I lived somewhere in where it wasn't legal, they'd probably be sending cops to look at me. Because I just bought grow lights, shelving, a small heater and fan, and planting trays and a bunch of seed soil. Because I want to grow lettuce in the winter, damn it. It's not an easy plant to grow. So which is why I've said it, I've done it before, but I would rather just pay for it. What type of lights did I go for? Just plain old UV lights. Looked up what was popular, asked a couple other gardeners what they use. Just bought that. Bought them off of AliExpress. So if they burn my apartment down, you know how I died. Grows some she soaks in like a liquid and uses it like balm. You never knew what it was? Wait, really? That's kind of funny. Fun fact about Brazilian law recently, weed is legal, but the seeds are not. That's like Canada. Wow. That's like Canada and mushrooms. It is legal to possess, consume, sell, and give psychedelic mushrooms to people. It is not legal to pick them. It's also legal to grow them and cultivate them. It's just not legal to pick them. Which is very funny to me. Because I like to imagine that they all have very well-trained dogs who pick their mushrooms for them. So as long as they don't flower. Right. Let's do this. YouTube chat's talking about Cities Skylines, unless they're talking about Counter-Strike. I'm assuming it's Cities Skylines because they said Colossal Order. And Twitch chat is talking about weed. Man. The duality of viewers. So similar, so different. Since that question is coming up for a bajillionth time for some strange reason, in regards to that video that you just asked me about, Cad, I don't like that YouTuber in the slightest. Don't think he's funny. Find his humor offensive on a good day. Find his humor, like, just exhausting and disgusting on a bad day. And he made the game virtually unstreamable for the better part of a month because of how much harassment any human being who streamed this game would get. So I don't like him. Don't like his video. Think his content's bad. And I think his audience is mean to other people. That's my opinion. Getting an ounce of Tangy in the mail stoked. Ooh. I've been my last acquirement of the Devil's Lettuce was Pineapple Express. Duh, Mr. Raven. It's another day, another random person asking me about a bad YouTuber who makes content that's mean to people. chat's also smoking weed on YouTube. Well, that's good. At least YouTube chat's on the same page. I mean, I'm sure it got plenty of people watching this stream in a Dwarf Fortress. I'm entitled to my opinions of the guy. I don't respect content creators who weaponize their audience, and he actively does that. So, if you want my respect, there's two things you have to not do in the content space. And that's one, don't weaponize your audience. And two, especially two, do not go out of your way to make this industry worse for the people around you. And three, do not, under any circumstances, steal other people's footage and do not credit them. I don't care if you're not monetizing the video. If you are using other people's footage and not crediting them, that is theft. Which is something he makes a very common habit out of. Speedy, thank you very much for the tier 3 for 77 months. You absolute fucking mad lad. Appreciate the hell out of you, dude. That's it. Just tier 3 for 77 months. It's at 3 p.m. Pacific, Krampus. It is currently 12:46 p.m. Pacific. So we're getting there. It's like 6 years. It is like 6 years. It's also as long as you could possibly have had a sub button on this channel. Yeah, responding to the person in chat, in YouTube chat again. Remember, Kat, generally, my biggest complaint with that twat having really disliked his content for years is how his audience is absolutely obsessed about asking every single human being on Earth if they've seen that video. Like, who cares? And also, there's reasons why people are not actually allowed to post that video on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. Because it breaks the Dwarf Fortress subreddit's rules. Right? Just... stop promoting bad people, and the world will be a better place. Like, every single time I do an interview with Tarn, I get like 4 or 5 people sending in requests for me to make Tarn react to it live, which I'm never gonna fucking do. 1, because he's already seen it. And 2, because... no. What? You have I stumbled in... the fuck have you stumbled into? Nothing. It's all good. Dr. Niche has been found dead dehydrated. This dwarf's been kind of like on and off depressed for a really long time, so that doesn't surprise me too much. It's a damn shame, though. There is one factoid about that person's video that I would like to just state bluntly, which is, as far as I know, allegedly, none of the footage in it was recorded by him. Well, you know. Take that with what you will. It's not really drama. I mean, like, it's not an unpopular opinion that I have. It turns out there are some people in the content space that are widely enjoyed by a lot of people that other content creators don't like. There's quite a few people like this in different spaces, in different portions of different media. Seth is that guy for my niche. Most of us don't like him because he steals footage, because he's mean, and because when he reviews a game, the game becomes very difficult to stream for a while because his audience is largely fucking obnoxious. At least the vocal minority of them are. He promotes games that deserve it, so I respect him for that. I mean, he probably single-handedly sold more copies of Caves of Cud than anybody. But at the same time, the damage that he does to the community in the process is almost not worth it, in my opinion. So. All right, we are going to beautify this area up as our trading zone. And I'm going to remove this trading depot. That's all it really is. So it's not even really drama. And at the end of the day, you know, if you enjoy that person's content, go watch it. Do that. Lots of people do, and that is absolutely fine. Go enjoy his content. But please don't be one of the bad ones. Cheers, Owlbear. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I could always use more cud in my life. Let's go around the edges here. Probably send my military out again. Blocks do I have the most of right now? Mudstone? We could do mudstone floors. I also like that idiom as well. Empty barrels make the most noise. It's very dwarfy. And also, Cad, you're all good. You are all good. But just remember, if a video has 5 million views, it is likely that the guy who plays the game, you know, 40 hours a week on stream has probably seen it a long time ago. Just remember that. It's very, very likely that if a video has a lot of views and you're watching somebody who plays the game a lot, they've probably already seen it and are probably tired of being asked if they've seen it. I think some of these beds are still constructed. Or it's this rope. There it is. Barrel getting hit. No, yeah, like if you drop an empty barrel, it'll rattle and echo, yeah. It's a good idiom. I like that one. And I can also chop down all these and replace these with nicer floors for this ramp. Or nicer back walls. Would empty metal barrels count as metal music? More like, I would say empty metal barrels would probably be closer to industrial. At least in sound profile. But by that logic, so would, like... what are those called? The steel bowls? Blanking on the name of them. That make very beachy sounds. This is a very long-winded way to say this. I can't remember the name of those things. Steel drums? Maybe. All you can think of is Donkey Kong when you hear empty metal barrel. All I can think of is that one barrel in that one first-person shooter I played once that didn't explode for some reason. Are they literally steel drums? Okay, those things, yeah. Steel drums. I don't know. I've definitely seen people using like plastic like buckets as drums, so that's not plastic music. So I guess a barrel wouldn't be metal music. At least I wouldn't call it metal music. Forgotten Beast Inust Olgaksukon has come. An enormous eyeless theropod. It has long curly tails and a bloated body. Its dark taupe feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison bite. Not particularly scary, and it's on the layer where it could theoretically get to us, if it can climb.
10 hee-hee.
10 hee-hee? Yeah, it totally could get to us. Just needs to climb up here and then shimmy around. I don't think it's going to. See where it goes. Oh, wow. No, it is climbing. Okay. It could totally get into the fort. See if I send some crossbow dwarves down here, if it'll tempt it to come over. It's very interested in going away from us. That's unfortunate. Could also unlock this door. Probably going off to go fight something. Oh. He coming back. God, this guy can climb pretty good. You never knew quite how to handle them? If you lock doors, werebeasts can't get through the doors. So your #1 defense against a were creature is lock the door. And then wait for them to stop being a were creature. And with the new combat logs, if you can stare at the combat logs very closely and catch what dwarves are... catch what dwarves have been bit, and then you nickname the ones that have been bit, and then lock them in their own rooms. That's how you deal with them. And don't always listen. Totally, yeah. And also, like, there's fortress... It's more fortress layout kind of situation when it comes to those dudes. I really want this thing to come over to me. It's absolutely climbing well enough to be able to walk directly into my fort. It's been a while since we had a creature on this layer. Okay, it's climbing directly into the fort, I think. Coming up this way. Let's move my crossbows up here. And my spears and swords up here. Because it could jump this wall. It just has to want to. First layer caverns is owned by a steel fire breather. Is there any way to actually kill it? Steel fire breather. Steel weapons are whips and shallow water. And your dwarves could maybe do it. The problem with metal creatures and stone creatures is that they don't get tired and they don't bleed out. That's the problem with them, right? But I would probably lock it in a room with spikes and then repeatedly impale it or something. Because, like, you have to crush their brains. Yeah, no. I mean, steel spears or adamantine spears would do it. But, like, that would be a challenge. The hardest Forgotten Beast to kill I've ever had was a steel horse that shot webs. It killed 170 dwarves in, like, a couple of minutes. Including, like, 50 military dwarves that were fully armed. And Budgie, the peasant, has been possessed. There's Budgie. There's Budgie. Well, I should probably keep watching that beast. I will loosely pay attention to what Budgie's up to. Budgie will make a nest box. If Budgie makes a nest box, I will be real happy. God, this thing... What is your climbing skill, if you'll tell me? Oh, wow, you're not telling me. It's gotta... This thing has to have a really high climbing skill. You like the floating balls of mud, one poke and it's done? Yeah, totally. I mean, the blobs are funny because the only attack they have is push. So all they can do is like lightly push. Up, 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 up. Okay. Let's send the Marks Dwarves over here again, so they can shoot down at it. Send the military up here again. Kind of surprised they haven't managed to hit it yet. They can see it over there, likely, as it dodges in and out. Aegis, the Marks Dwarf, has given birth to a girl. And Nust, Dreamy Shadow. It does sound pleasant, doesn't it? I mean, for a reminder, this is an eyeless theropod. Oh, also it's eyeless, so maybe it's not. It's having a harder time finding us. Dwarves, shower less, please, so that the monster can find you. Ah, there we go. Sweet. So the Marks Dwarves begin loosing fire, and if we check its combat log, Steel Bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the left lower arm, fracturing the bone. A ligament has been torn. A Flying Steel Bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the left lower arm, fracturing the bone. A ligament has been torn. The Flying Steel Bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the right tail, chipping the bone. The Flying Steel Bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, tearing the muscle. And I'm actually just going to do something before I completely forget. I'm going to lock this door. There is a baby right here who was just born. Shoutouts to Nodo Casa and Aegis for giving birth to Az, their only daughter. We're going to wait a few turns, and a bunch more bolts are being loosed, and I'm going to tell the main squaddies to go run over here, and they're going to start running in. The Marks Dwarves are doing their damnedest to dodge the creature. Over here, Nodo Casa has dodged out of the way of the creature. Because the shot was blocked. They blocked the shot with the steel buckler and then dodged the other two dodges because, you know, you just had your firstborn. You best not die right about now. Tolis over here is also likely dodging the creature. In fact, it missed, so yes, he did in fact dodge. Just whatever you do, just don't dive into the water, because we won't get you out if you fly into there. The dwarves continue to fight. The military are running in. The creature is bleeding quite a lot. In fact, it's probably lying down. Yeah, ability to stand lost, so it's just sitting there bleeding basically. He managed to he fires a point blank bolt straight at it. Claiborne is also in the fray. The sword dwarf kicks the Forgotten Beast in the left lower arm with her left foot and doing damage. You haven't hit it yet. Nodo Casa over here hit the Forgotten Beast in the upper body. How many bolts are stuck in it? 2 bolts to be specific. A few more turns have passed, and I'm seeing blood. Is that dwarf blood? No, it is not dwarf blood. So fortunately, Tolis here hasn't run into any issues yet. Terminal Wetness is now in combat as well as Eldrish, who has already stabbed him so hard that their spear got stuck in the wound. Down here we have Spearmaster who bites the Forgotten Beast in the left lower arm with their tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. And then Forgotten Beast breaks the grip of their teeth, and then they stab him with the spear. Some more time continues to pass. Creature's still bleeding. Dwarves appear to all be in a good way, except for the ones that are already injured from previous fights, which is unfortunate. Then we have a Psychon here who's just getting thirsty. The creature's intestines are now hanging out, and the creature is dead. It appears that Rokar here is largely covered, or their feet are covered in blood, and an ad has just hit, so great timing or terrible timing. Depends on who you are. Well played by the dwarves, I say.
Bring out your dead!
That you can make statues out of them anyways? Wait, what? Yeah, no, a soldier absolutely gave birth on the battlefield. Aegis gave birth to Az on the battlefield. But we're going to go down to here, and I'm just going to queue up a butcher shop right here. And currently forbid this. And I'm going to take all of these soldiers and tell them to just go back to their normal orders. And now I'm going to wait. Who got the finishing blow? Good question. There's the Forgotten Beast. Spearmaster stabs. But Rokar? Nope, it wasn't Rokar. One of the spears Ah, there it is. Dreamy Shadows was killed by Eldritch, who stabbed the Forgotten Beast in the head with her steel spear, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and tearing the brain. Pacific time zone, Yanders. So it is 1 p.m. Pacific right now. The dwarves all get to move away. Boglin, are you okay over there? Boglin still can't walk. Maybe I should just remove you from the Terry. A little worried about Boglin. Dang Pacific people. I'm in Tarn's time zone, so that's just what we roll with.
Crypt sip.
Robo, thank you very much for the 8th month. Enjoy your sips. And chat room, can I get a round of beers for that resub for an 8th month? I am still waiting for the ad stand, because some people are probably still stuck in ads somewhere. And the full plan for today is I will be streaming Dwarfs until just after the interview, or until just before the interview, and then we will swap over to just, you know, the interview portion, do the interview, and once the interview's over, I will play like 3 hours of Risk of Rain Returns, because I've been really enjoying that game. And I realize that Risk of Rain 2 people seem to largely not like it, but you know what? That's okay, because Risk of Rain 1's the better game, and I will die on that hill. I have several hills I need to die on. I'm pretty sure they are. Yes, they are. You are a furnace operator. You are 57 years old. You have no friends. You're satisfied at work, a little lonely. And you kind of want to practice some martial art. You're horrified after being haunted by the dead. Like, don't get me wrong. Risk of Rain 2 is a lot of fun with friends. Risk of Rain 1's the better game. How's the Strange Mood going? I think it finished, didn't it? Oh, no, it isn't. Budgie, what do you need? Bars metal, leather skin. Ooh, that might be it, actually. Probably leather. Probably leather. Yeah, I currently have no tanned hides, so it's leather. Leather is what they need. You fell asleep to the Risk of Rain soundtrack last night? Damn good soundtrack, isn't it? Okay, so you butcher an animal. Do now. Who needs friends when you have the forge? It's funny that you say that, because me and my stream team ages ago recorded a trailer for a video game called Forge and Fight, which requires friends. So, I mean, if you watch this trailer, you'll see my face and hear my voice, which is something special. So, you know, that forge requires friends. Also, that game's kind of dead. Which is a damn shame, because it was actually kind of a lot of fun. Merlin's Fan 2 has been found dead, died of old age. I can confirm that with DF Hack, if you are sus. Death cause. Died of old age in the year 366. Rest in peace, Merlin's Fan II. You were a good dwarf. I am totally getting lost here repeatedly. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Isolate Smoke is coming down here to butcher this forgotten beast. And then I need to prioritize Tana Hide. So once this is done, we'll deconstruct this. Deconstruct that. Fly up to here. Prioritize this. Telenartho is going to go tan the hide. Telen then runs all the way down. If you're really fast, the game gives you an exception for Forgotten Beasts. Okay, this must be some really heavy skin. That is very heavy skin. 243 Urist units is the weight of this skin. For reference, this pickaxe is 3. That's a heavy skin. "69 chats with me last month? Awesome. That's funny. I wonder what chats with me. Is that like you typing in my chat specifically? I feel like you talk more than that. Like, genuinely. I feel like you talk more than that, but... It's also a good win, Laya. All right, let's see if we can get this done before Budgie goes insane. And if Budgie makes a gem nest box, then A+. Massive success all around. Okay, Rawls broken is broken again. Oh yeah, no, that feature's been around for a bit, Darren. Telenartho, I need you to tan faster. I love the dwarves like running into the back of them and then literally just kind of going, oops, sorry, and then just like turning around and running in the other direction. Will endlessly be entertaining to me. 722 messages in here. Why is that a bad thing? Do you fear I waste your time? I love how he dropped it at last second. That's very funny. If this dwarf dies because of this, then... Decided to go get a drink instead. Come on, yo. Get it, Zuntir. All right, Budgie. When this dwarf moves, if Budgie starts moving, we're good. Budgie's moving. Sweet. So it was literally just leather they wanted. Greetings from the woodlands, says the elven diplomat. There's much to discuss. Am I going crazy or did elves not arrive? Huh. Well, anyway, yeah, we can totally keep the tree falls to 25. It's interesting that the diplomat arrived early. Okay, so now you've got Forgotten Beast leather. Oh, there's the caravan. Also doing a thing real quick. Let's just make sure that they get everything that they need. We'll focus on that. Budgie is pissed. Holy shit. Trauma apparently wrecked you. Well, it starts at 3 p.m. Pacific time, and it's currently 1:15 p.m. Pacific time, Clinodev. Also, hello. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Dave Hack was an amazing improvement. I'm glad that it's been useful. I think we're going to do a round of clothing after I'm done with this trading. Because I'm seeing like this dwarf with like a cloak and a loincloth that are getting old, so. 6 p.m.? Yes. Pacific. Less than 2 hours, yes. Hour and 45. The streams that I do on the interview days always end up just being a giant countdown. I mean, if I wanted to be, I guess, nicer, I would just, like, turn the stream on when it's time for the interview, but I like doing my full-length streams, so. And apparently I have a ghost. All right, so I'm going to just assume that that dwarf has everything that they need now. Come over here. And I think I'll just sell used clothing. Big tail. Oh, that's wool. Can't use wool. Can't use wool. Can use silk. Can use silk. Can use pigtail. It's wool. It's leather. Silk. Silk. Can't use leather. Can't use leather. Can't use leather. Can't use leather. Can't use that. Can't use wool. Can't use leather. Can do that. And I will bring them some pigtail bracelets. There's 371 of them, so bring them a bunch of bracelets. All right, and then while that's going, we're going to do some clothings. So let's actually double check. What cloth do I have the most of right now? I have a lot of pigtail cloth. Okay. So let's go to cloth. Make cloth trousers. Cloth loincloth. Cloth cloak. Do 4 out of cloth. And let's do cloth loincloth. I queued those up twice. Let's do cloth hoods. We'll do silk sock. Silk shoe. And cloth tunic. I know it's going to take them a little bit of time to get these done. About this. Sing. Gloves and mittens. We'll just do 80 of each. Definitely have stomach flu. Should probably just move the laptop to the bathroom. Dude, go lie down. Drink water. Sleep. We'll see if we can get Tarn to give you a get well soon wishes. I'm sure he'd oblige. And start the whole interview off with, this interview is dedicated to Clinodev, who is currently sick with the stomach flu. May Clino get well soon. Also was going to make this stockpile bigger and then super duper didn't. You know that feeling where you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna do something, and then you just don't. Me and Dwarf Fortress all the goddamn time. There's no hidden timer, no. You can do things at your own pace, Aimless Alpha. They're just telling you to dig deeper. The lick. Laia also has a lick sticker, don't you? Dig deeper, find Balrog. Profit. I mean, I butchered a Balrog earlier. Speaking of butchering baddies, I'm going to take my squads. We're going to go attack the Tower of Ship Gods. With my better squad. The Fabulous Blade. What happens if you kill your monarch? If the heir is in your fortress, you'll get a new monarch. If the heir isn't in your fortress, the heir will be appointed elsewhere. And you will no longer have a monarch. They might die. Yeah, that's the proper response to that statement. Lurking with sound on. Enjoy your lurks, Clino. I will attempt to refrain from sending you random DMs for the next couple of days. Unless it's like that one question that made my brain fall out of my ear. It doesn't result in more fun? Fun? What do you mean by more fun, specifically? Like, what are you trying to have happen? Budgie, the peasant, has created Osig Ikal, a white jade coffer, and offers it to the ageless creation. All right, well, I will put that in my tavern, then. Thank you for your kind donation to the ageless creation. Once it's placed, I will take a look at it. Actually, I could probably just jump over to it right now because it probably hasn't moved yet. There it is. This is a white jade coffer. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round gypsum cabochons and studded with iron and encircled with bands of radiant cut white jades, alpaca wool, and Forgotten Beast leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of Forgotten Beast leather and menaces with spikes of white jade, pig iron, and tower cap. Are we talking about how the stream is a soup and the internet and the interview is broth? What? The interview is both to you. Oh, I see. It's because of what Diamond said. It's both to you and Gremlin from America. Campaign. Oh, and campaign. Yes. Your number and only choice for your number one and only choice for mayor. Disclaimer: Big Lever is affiliated with Big Campaign, and Big Lever Inc. is not responsible for any damage from lever flipping. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. This notice brought to you by Big Lever. Vote Gremlin. What are we gonna buy from the elves? They brought a toad and a common snapping turtle. And a turkey. That's it. Also a mandrill. I will buy the toad. And also the common snapping turtle. Thank you very much, elves, for your generous donation to my cause. I feel so bad for this dwarf. They're always just upset about drinking without a mug because they can't pick up a mug. I have no shirt. I don't feel anything when uncovered. I don't feel anything when have no shoes. Because naked. Only has one shoe left. The rest of their clothing has, like, withered away. The amazing thing about this dwarf is that they are not that pissed. Considering, like, that they want to practice crafts desperately. They want to be with family and have none. They have no clothing. They're just constantly dwelling upon the major injury that they had that caused them to lose feeling and movement in their hands and arms. Yet still at the same time is able to feed and drink and hasn't died yet. Release the snapping turtle. It's a common snapping turtle, so it's a vermin. It's gonna go right next to my pent chinchilla, right over here. Arm. Did I not just buy two things? Am I just not seeing it? Am I me? Can I not see things? And I also can't search for grown wood. Well, not seeing it. Well, there's a chameleon I needed to place a while ago and forgot about. There's a hedgehog I also forgot about. I've got quite the little zoo building up. Needs a mercy lava bath? What, who, Klinodev? What? Wow, did they already return? Oh, that was fast. So we went and raided ship gods. They snuck in undetected by the brilliant grottos of an unknown civilization, and they searched and found nothing, because I'm not letting them steal books. Okay, well, we will send them again, and this time we're going to pillage. You're already in bed, but multitasking? I don't think one can multitask when trying to sleep, but you either sleep or you don't sleep. Those are kind of your options. Which generally aren't the best options, if you ask me. Dweezil. Doesn't feel anything while talking with acquaintance. Enjoys sparring. Well, that's good. How good is the commander of this? Why do you not have pants on again? This dwarf really likes swapping out their pants. This dwarf is obsessed with changing their pants. Are you gonna go get new pants? Now you're gonna go get new pants. And before they actually just go get a new breastplate. And don't actually equip new pants. But buddy. Okay, well you got another boot, that's good. You got 2 new boots. Okay, well that's good. You need pants. Where in the world are you going? Oh, okay. There you go. You now have been pantsed. That's good. Repantsed. Just like this dwarf, who's mostly naked right now. Pants on fire, lava bath went wrong. That or their armor got damaged, so they took it off. Which does happen. That's why you have to melt armor down. Unfortunately, they enjoy putting on superior armor. This dwarf running around with 2 rainbow trouts. It's a delicious way to go. Does anyone know how to mute a Slack channel? You know, fun fact, I've never used Slack in my entire life. Dwarf, you still don't have pants, but you know what? I'll let it pass. Like, if you want to be pantsless, at this point, be my guest. Most of the dwarves have equipped this stuff correctly as they're supposed to, so. If you refuse to, that's fine by me at this point. A bunch of, okay, hold on. I've got a bunch of semi-wild baby rhinos that have no trainers assigned. Otherwise, they're all going to slowly go wild again. So you have to go keep them training. Same with these. Even though they're very well trained, doesn't really matter if they don't continue getting trained. All right, so I did finish this temple. So the current project I'm working on is this. This down here. And there's all that mudstone. I can go in here, remove this, and remove this. So I still have my nice little river. And some migrants have arrived, so if you would like a dwarf in this fort, say pick me. Also, did the squad return yet? Nope. They still leaving. Let's let some other people get in before you get your next dwarf. No, man. Storm Wolf 44. Storm Wolf 44 is always tense and jittery and can be very single-minded, is an optimist and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He is somewhat quarrelsome and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is slow to trust others and he prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and he lives a fast-paced life. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and he is open to changing his mind. He doesn't seek out excitement. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally doesn't value loyalty. He doesn't particularly respect commerce and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes quartzite, sterling silver, and fire agate, as well as the color pale brown, gauntlets, and animal traps and goats for their eating habits, and has a pet alpaca and a pet keet. Welcome to the fort. The next dwarf we have here is, Gutter Hunk. Gutter Hunk is a musical, wasteful, poor spatial sense, anger-prone, poor focus with self-control. He's 30 years old, has family in the fort, including Narvicius, Ryoshin, Cat, and DS. And unlike most dwarves, your family's not all dead, just some of them are. And so that's good. You're not Spider-Man anytime soon. She is not careful with resources when working on projects. She often spends unnecessary effort, and she is very quick to anger. She has no chance of becoming Batman, and she's a friendly individual. She is assertive, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she often is nervous, and she prefers that everyone lives she prefers to present herself modestly, and she enjoys the company of others, and she does not seek out excitement. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values self-control and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Welcome to the fort. Up next, we have a leather worker. This leather worker is now named Art Dude. Art Dude dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She has little interest in joking around and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is often cheerful, and she could be considered rude. She can occasionally overindulge, and she cracks her knuckles when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally prefers a noisy, bustling life for boring days without activity and values loyalty. Has no family and is a proficient pump operator and a high master leather worker. Who does, really? Like, who does care for the law? The law cares for itself. We now have I love you. I love you. You also have quite a bit of family in the fort, including Ryo, Shinkat, and DS. You're probably related to that other dwarf I just named. If I scroll down, no, you're not. That's odd. Oh no, there you are. Gutterhunk. Yeah. You're the Gutterhunk is your aunt, Auntie Gutter. You are 22 years old. You are very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he dislikes discussions that would much rather focus on practical examples. He can often get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and he tends to form strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He has a sense of duty, and he has a sense of duty, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals. He's quick to form negative views about things and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. And he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and taps his feet when there's a lull in the conversation. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and acts like Sonic. He deeply respects skill at arms and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Oh, that's interesting. Because that's not the arrival order. Anyway, let's throw you in there. Next up, we have a pump operator, who, this can be UGDPY. He's a talented pump operator, talented at operating the pump, if you know what I'm saying. Truly treasures the company of others, is stubborn, and has a calm demeanor. He tends to share his own experience and thoughts with others, and she is quite ambitious. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She has a sense of duty, and she often feels discouraged. She is very humble, and she is curious and eager to learn. She tends to think before acting and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is a firm believer in the value of tradition, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't care about art one way or another. And says, "What do you care? How I speak, or how I live," and has a pet turkey, baby turkey. Next up, we have another pump operator. They must be operating a lot of pumps back at the mountain home. Pumping up the Dwarf numbers, if you know what I'm saying. And this is, am I missing anybody? Let's go with Nullman. Nullman, JP, the second. Why is there a bunch of pickles in my chat? I'm confused. He is completely wrapped up in his own appearance, abilities, and other personal matters. He's always tense and jittery, and he does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. He is very quick to anger and is probably a narcissist. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He tends to avoid crowds, and he is stubborn, and he rarely feels discouraged. He has a greedy streak, and he is very humble, and he tends to reveal personal information. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. You do not have any family. And he personally finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and values good craftsmanship and values cunning. Dreams of creating a grand work of art. Next up. Sneaky. Oops. Sneaky Snaky? I don't know why I find this name so hard to write, but I do. I'll join the fort if there are more immigrants, if it's not too much trouble. Sure, if I get another one. Absolutely. Read that after this one. There should be at least one more. You get to be Sneaky Snaky's husband. Likely. She is very greedy and is a pessimist. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and generally does not feel envious of others. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she often acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Her tongue sticks out when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. This dwarf, on red, is married to Snaky Snaky. And Onred is assertive and prefers to present himself modestly. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Well, that sucks. Doesn't handle stress well. That's not good. And is a friendly individual. Generally, he is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He starts to whisper when he lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something. Wait, he whispers and he lowers his eyes when he's trying to... So he stares at the ground and mumbles. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is personally put off by... he's personally somewhat disgusted by romance, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and values peace over war, values nature, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. You get a mayor at 50 dwarves. That's a donkey. That's a second donkey. And this is as is, you think I'm saying mistaken before you have a race of necromancer. You have a Reese Necromancer Tower, and I loot everything. I put the books in my library, and 15 of your doors are necromancers now. So if you go through all the books in your library, if you find the one that says it has the secrets of life and death, or if you look at the dwarf's thoughts, they'll think, I read a book. I'm happy about this. I learned the secrets of life and death. Right after that thought, that book, if you forbid that book, you'll stop getting more necromancers, because basically they read the book and they get necromancy. That's how that works. And usually the two top places to acquire the books of necromancy are either tombs or towers, because tombs have mummies, which, you know, are basically necromancers, and then necromancers as well. So this dwarf here can just be an Andar, because I know an Andar doesn't have a dwarf right now. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals, almost never feels discouraged. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he likes to brawl. He occasionally overindulges, and he doesn't handle stress well. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He's a friendly individual, and he likes to reveal He tends to not reveal personal information, and he tends to think before acting. He has a calm demeanor, and he has little interest in joking around. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is slow to trust others, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of raising a family, really now, and personally values loyalty and doesn't really value merrymaking, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. You have an older half-brother who used to be here. Your nephew, Arkshroom's here. Yushri, your cousin's here. You got several other cousins. Yeah, some family members that are alive. And your lover, Rovod, it didn't come with you. And I think that's everybody that's explicitly asked for dwarves. What are you concerned about? Snaky and UGDPY will probably join the military. Although UGDPY... is going to be a Marksdwarf. Well, I need to make more bedrooms. Doc, you'll take one? Doc Randall is a potash maker. Only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He has an active sense of humor, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this. For more than one reason, he is trusting, and he doesn't. He is open to changing his mind. He is trusting, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. That's what I was going for. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and tends to consider what others think of him, and tends to avoid crowds, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he exhales slowly and deliberately when he's getting bored. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and he personally He personally is somewhat disgusted by romance and values a harmonious existence and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. And we're married to Ficod, who's also here. Yeah, you're married to Ficod. You hope he causes a little bit of mayhem? Well, you'll have to keep an eye out for it. A dwarf Yuki. I don't like naming dwarves generic names unless it's specifically connected to the audience member, because I don't like having doubles. So I try to not do that. Oh boy. Okay. Well, it's time to start building bedrooms. Well, we got all of these set up, so let's just assign some of these and see where we're sitting. There's Storm. Just trying to get an idea of how many more beds I need to make. What's up, Narvicious? But some dwarves, like the Necromancer, will literally never claim one. Hunters also won't ever claim a bed because they sleep outside for some reason. Unless you assign one manually. I guess actually maybe I don't need to make bedrooms. That's actually kind of awesome. I will need to make some for the next migrant wave, though. Different personality types. I get a strange sense of enjoyment about it. There is a talk that Tarn gave a while ago. I can't remember what it was for. I think it might have been for the roguelike celebration. But essentially, like, they talk about... Actually, no, I think it might have been one of their university talks. Anyway, they talk about basically the different personality types and like, personalities in Dwarf Fortress. And they're basically just... It's, like, the whole talk is just about how, oh, yeah, no, dwarves were really boring. And their personalities were really boring until we added negative personality traits. So when they added negative personality traits, they started to really like the dwarves' personalities a lot more, and they became a lot more believable. And the audience also started to like them a lot more, which I think is really interesting. It's like, turns out, personality types, kind of complicated. And a lot of people, kind of bad. And in order to make believable characters, you have to make bad people. Which is quite, it's like they had like this book that they had, which they were referencing, which was like the every single personality type that humans have, basically. And while they were referencing this book, it had like they were all very positive personality traits generally. So they went through and they had to add in, like, they tweaked some of them to be negative, like make them bent, greedy, or whatever, and that improved the quality of the game's personality generation significantly, which I really enjoy. I think I'm gonna need to make more furniture for these two. So we'll just let them start digging all this out. clear that and that. Clear this. Run this way. Do that. That'll do. Amazing screenshots. Well, shoutouts to KitFox for sending them to me. I got some more too, which I didn't actually use in the video because I'm a greedy streamer that wants to have content for the future. But I mean, it's actually so that I can just be like, hey, check this out. So I'm a big fan of this one. And then this one also shows off different size UI. And then these are just the maps, right? I mean, you guys saw this one. Yeah, I guess the long story short is yes, portraits are going to be in Fortress mode. Is the TLDR on that. Be kind of surprised if I don't end up hitting an aquifer on this. I thought they'd already left. Well, let's do steel chest and steel coffer. No, steel cabinet, not coffer. And we'll just do 40 of each. To the big 5 personality stuff, but it became more interesting and dynamic when they added ambiguously evil or at least dark traits. Yeah, like to those who are cruel to those he's deliberately cruel to those unfortunate to be subject to his sadism is probably the most like loud, mean trait that dwarves can have. 1 hour from now. W tuna. Well, hour and 8 minutes from now. EU here? Yeah, I realize it gets kind of late for those of you in EU. I explained why we do the time we do earlier. It's like towards the end of KitFox's workday, so it's less likely KitFox will need Tarn for anything during that period of time. And it's also a time of day where I know that regardless of where Tarn is in his current sleep cycles, because he works from home and is self-employed, and anybody who works from home and is self-employed knows that sometimes your sleep schedule will go all wacky. So when even if his sleep schedule is out of whack, I know he'll be awake by 3 p.m. I know that right now his sleep schedule is fine, but there's been times in the past where it's like we've been like setting up to do these, and like we organize these like a month in advance usually. So we'll set a time, and he'll be like, I'm not sure if I will be awake by then. So it's like we just kind of found a time that works consistently, and we're both in the same time zone, so. You work 14 days at sea and then free 14 days? Hell yeah. So we landed on a good round of free time then. Well, quality timing, I say. I will take full credit for that. Definitely had nothing to do with coincidence or scheduling. I planned this specific interview so that you, Tabi Tuna, could make it. You're welcome. Going to work at Tuesday? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, technically, I'm only scheduled to stream 3 days a week, but I usually end up streaming more than that. Because turns out, this job is actually kind of more exhausting than I think some people realize. I'm actually really starting to like the whole Twitch chat, YouTube chat thing. It's like Twitch chat is for interaction, and then the YouTube chat is just like slowly becoming the like lurker chat, if that makes any sense. It's like if you want to talk about the stream but not directly interact, you talk in the YouTube chat. If you want to talk at streamer and get interacted with, you type in Twitch chat. Can be extremely lonely. Oh, Jesus Christ, you've got no idea. Oh, Jesus Christ. Want to never have friends? And whenever you do meet friends, if they don't also stream, they immediately just ask if you can promote their TikTok that they just started 3 days ago. Lord. It used to be Instagram, now it's TikTok. You're in the wrong place then. I don't know, you do you, man. I'd always prefer that people watch on Twitch because I make more money on Twitch. But at the end of the day, you watch wherever's most comfortable. Or both, if you want to have the best of both worlds. See, that's the problem to the person in YouTube chat, William. That's the problem. Unfortunately, no, you're not. And you're probably saying that just as a joke. So I acknowledge joke. But the reality is, people who watch the streams are not friends. People you've met and hung out with in real life are friends. Generally. Or it's somebody that you play games with on Discord or something. That's a friend. People that you know through Twitch are long-distance relationships where you know literally nothing about the person. Ever. Usually. Outside of, like, the way you type in Twitch chat or whatever. So, it's actually a very isolating job. Which also tends to attract naturally isolating people, because one of the reasons I decided to try and make this work as a job when it was looking like it might after I'd been doing it for 5 years, is I realized that, oh, I don't actually have to have, like, a corporate boss anymore. I can get away from this bullshit. Oh yes, my spelling and punctuation will be judged. Okay, I'm going to completely butcher your name, so I apologize. Aoshima Gui? Hi. Welcome. It's good to have you. I'm sorry I butchered your name horribly. Please forgive me in advance. Pretty long text incoming, but not really. That's fine. We're just mining stuff. We got plenty of booze. I should send the squaddies back out. So we pillaged this tower once again. Aoshima? Okay, I have no idea about the second half, but I can do Aoshima. The Uncommon Mansion attacked the brilliant grottos of an unknown civilization at Charm Wheels, not Chamber Wheels. Charm Wheels. The Dwarf Mythos led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human necromancer Nocam. Our planning was superior, but neither side had a positional advantage. Nocam must be a really, really good tactical planner. I will read Twitch chat in a second. The human necromancer's back tooth was torn off, and then Baka Glass took out the necromancer in Ship Gods. We are now going to go raise and attempt to destroy the site. And also, I should jump back over to here and go to missions. Yeah, I did remember to not grab any books. The reason I'm not looting any books is I do not want to get the necromancy book in my fort. You're listening to a WoW Insider now called Blizzard Watch, which I think for like 10 plus years when one of the hosts quit. Oh, I remember WoW Insider from back in the day. I think I know somebody who used to work for them. I'm a show that I've listened to for like 10 years and I felt like losing a friend. Of course, he had no idea who I was, but as a listener, when he talked to me, it was really something that you find odd. I completely understand what you mean. I was a really long time Giant Bomb listener and watcher. I supported them from when the site came into existence as a offshoot from GameSpot employees, or Video Game Spot. You know, Jeff Gerstmann, like Alex Navarro, Ryan Davis, like all those guys. When Ryan Davis passed away and the site was sold, like it like wrecked me for a week. And then I'm like, these are people I'd never met. And then later on, as like hosts started to leave, some of you might be familiar with this guy. When he left, I was also very sad. This is Drew Scanlon. Although, fortunately, he's one of the hosts of this podcast. So I get to hear his voice every week again. F1.cool, the Shift F1 podcast, which is also Danny O'Dwyer and Rob Zachney, who are other video game people. Danny O'Dwyer does the no-clip video on YouTube, and Rob Zachney works at Remap, used to be at Waypoint, which is a Vice Media thing. But, like, yeah, no, I completely understand. Like, I mean, when a bunch of people left Giant Bomb all at once and one of their podcasts ended, like, I damn near cried. I was literally, like, sitting on the... Like, this was during the pandemic, too, so life was more fragile back then. But I literally sat on the floor for, like, a day and a half just, like, bummed. Because I was just like, what am I going to do? I've, like, short a podcast. And then they went and started their own podcast group, and now it's fine again. And then when Jeff Gersman left, it was the same thing again. And then he went and, like, within 48 hours was on Patreon and had his own podcast again. So, like, you know, I mean, people tend to stick around, but it can be tough sometimes. And I know what you mean. I mean, like, the day Total Biscuit died, I think, was the moment that many creators just kind of, like, all at the exact same time unanimously poured one out. Regardless of what you thought of the guy, his influence was, like, virtually unmatched. So, I mean, I streamed the day that the news came out that Total Biscuit passed away. I remember, like, literally reading the news in my chat, getting up, walking across the room, grabbing a beer, coming back, and sitting down. Thoughts around The Escapist? I have a really hard time feeling bad for The Escapist. A really hard time feeling bad for The Escapist. I don't particularly enjoy modern zero punctuation. I used to enjoy it when it was new and funny. And now I find that, and I feel this way about a lot of, like, weekly review shows like that. A lot of stuff gets missed. I stopped watching Zero Punctuation, period, when he reviewed Jupiter Hell, because he, like, rags on the game for, like, the first 2 minutes of that review for not having controller support. It has controller support and mouse support. You can play the game with a mouse or a controller. But clearly, like, due diligence isn't being done there, and I've seen that I saw that a couple of times with his videos. I used to watch the Gymquisition, but kind of fell off of the Gymquisition a long time ago. And then that, like, show got taken to a separate channel, so I basically stopped watching it when it went to a separate channel. And frankly, had mostly forgotten that The Escapist exists. If I'm being completely honest, I'd mostly forgotten that The Escapist exists. Found a used one on Facebook? Oh, hell yeah. That's a good thing to get used, because those are repairable. I hear that with the native Linux stuff, Dwarf Fortress runs a lot better on the Steam Deck too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and like I said, it's just kind of that the kind of humor that The Escapist. We're stuck in ads for 3 minutes. The type of humor that The Escapist was really good at, stopped being humor I enjoyed, like, around the time I kind of stopped watching the Escapist altogether, which was around the time I think, like, Steph left with the Gymquisition back then, right? That was around the time I stopped watching Zero Punctuation. Basically, I keep on wanting to say a decade ago, but I don't think it was actually, I think it was, like, more recent than that. I think it was, like, 8 years ago or something. But yeah. I mean, yeah, no, there was an era where Zero Punctuation was one of my favorite shows on the internet. Honestly. There was a period of time there. But I just want to state that I love the fact that I released, like, those screenshots and in that video, and the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is always running with it. Already running with it. They did not have to make him like this, but yet here we are. There's something about that that's just very, very funny. I don't know why. It's like it's becoming a meme. Let's go. Let's go. The foxes be lurking. It's true. I was kind of tempted to just post this, like, both of those shots separately on Reddit, but I didn't want to get accused of karma farming. I already get accused of karma farming, so... Not that anybody in their right mind would actually care about Reddit karma in the current year, considering, well... Anybody actually still unironically use Reddit constantly? I mean, like, Jesus. Who's still using Reddit all the time? I mean, like, what kind of goofball's still using Reddit? I mean, me, probably... Need more doors. Gypsum doors, specifically. When you have an hour to kill? Yeah, I know. There was just a very large exodus, so it's fun to make fun of. Lio wins again. Good to hear. Also, Clino, you're supposed to be lurking. Go get a tissue. God damn it. I'll just let them finish taking that out. And drop down to here, and we'll keep working on this. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast Aspad has come. Aspad Zangulu? Nago. Gano. Smash Past has come. A huge earthworm composed of flame. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. If this thing can fly, I'm pretty sure this is just a Risk of Rain boss. Yeah, they're 3 minutes, but they only... I have the option with Twitch now to either do 3 minutes once an hour or a minute 30 seconds every 30 minutes. I'm trying the 3 minutes once an hour. I realize it's kind of long, but to me, that's a more reasonable interval for long pauses. So it's like, if you're going to pause, if you're going to mute... that gives you enough time to just, like, mute the ad, get up, go, I don't know, use the toilet and come back or whatever. So... Yeah, I like Little Reddit. Little Reddit is a good place. Big Reddit, like any big corp, kind of sucks. Yeah, exactly. Gives you time to do what you got to do. Anyway, let's see where this creature is, because that's mildly terrible. Okay, so it is on the... I think this... No, this is not the layer where it can get to me. It's choking on its own smoke. Oh, no. Can it fly, though? That's the question. I don't think it can. Uh-oh. I don't think that siege at the Necromancer Tower is going so hot. Our attempt to destroy the site. I haven't seen the web monkey in a minute. I'm starting to wonder if the web monkey's dead. Also, speaking of Reddit, it is time for me to make a Reddit post, because I do that. Because... I'll just set it so that 45 minutes from the time of posting, when the interview goes up. This probably is gonna get auto-bopped. Maybe not. No, it didn't. Wow. Cool. There's the thread if people care. Now I can go back to the playing of the dwarfs. Did you miss the interview? You're an hour early. You are a whole hour early. Congratulations on being a whole hour early. Well, 50 minutes. I'm just waiting for this. There's also that fire blob that's elsewhere in this map. Fabulous Blade have returned. Okay, so I did lose 3 dwarves. They searched and found nothing. Rampage throughout. Brilliant Grottos fled. We destroyed it. Then, how did I lose 3 dwarves? That was a full squad when they left. Unless I'm going crazy. They're still searching. They clearly just decided that they wanted to go get a better life. Are you, Lucas? No, you're not. You're a Marksdwarf. I'm gonna say, I thought you were in a different squad. Deserters, definitely. I'd be totally fine with that just being a mechanic, by the way. Just having a % chance if dwarves don't value loyalty or whatever, to just have a chance to desert and just leave. Yeah, this critter is burning. It's literally a Risk of Rain boss because it's a fireworm. There's so many trees on this map. I mined all this out, by the way. Ah. Well, I found some cave swallow people. I think they're now just charcoal swallow people. Good lord, that is mildly intimidating. Dude, I've played so much Risk of Rain Returns in the last 12 hours. It's not even fun. I stayed up an extra 40 minutes and played another round last night at 1 o'clock in the morning because I just wanted to play more Risk of Rain. So yes, I do have Risk of Rain on the brain. Fungi are so flammable. Same with the webs. It's a lot of fire. Yep. This boss is pretty hot. This beast is pretty hot right now. You're right. I do have... I've got too much rain on the brain. Although I live in Vancouver, so that's just like a constant. Hot forgotten beasts in your area. Single and ready to mingle. Here to worm into your life. Although all forgotten beasts are asexual, so that might be a problem for some people. It's been snowing all day in Montreal. All right, well, I will just let you go around and do that. I'm starting to think that the monkey might be dead. But, yeah, no, it's been like 8 degrees Celsius and raining for the last week and a bit. And it's probably just going to kind of keep doing that until, like, mid-late November. It's just kind of what it does here. Which, frankly, I don't mind. I actually quite like the rain, but it does get to be a bit much sometimes. What is their kill history? Probably not that much. It's just a fireworm. Wait. 35F in Tampa? Well, if you want it to be cold and you live in Tampa, one of these things is a problem. Like, if it's cold in Tampa, I'm actually very, like, if it suddenly is, like, below freezing in Tampa, I would be even more worried about the state of the earth than I am right now, and I'm already pretty friggin' worried. So... I really like this email I just received from YouTube. After manually reviewing your video, we've confirmed that it isn't suitable for all advertisers. As a result, it will continue to run limited or no ads. That is the first time that's ever happened. That is interesting. I've literally never had them be like, yeah, actually, no, it isn't eligible for advertising. I will need to rewatch the first... like 10 minutes of that VOD and see what I said. It turns out controversial topics are enough to like remove the majority of ads from a video. So if I'm sitting here talking about, let's just say a global conflict or drugs or saying mean things about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, insulting famous brands like Microsoft or Epic Games or everybody's favorite saying, which is "fuck Tim Sweeney." If I'm saying anything like that in the first like 30 minutes of a VOD, it's likely it'll get demonetized. And by demonetized, I mean actually just limited ads, which means I only get YouTube Premium revenue, which is fine. That's like a majority of the revenue on that channel anyway. It rained all day in Fort Lauderdale, and it was rain. Oh boy. Okay, so what's this character's kill history? All right, well, it's recently killed some cave swallow people, but it's killed a few things. It killed some olms apparently before we found it. It's killed dwarves in the past and some humans. So it does have a kill history. It's just nothing crazy. I legitimately have lost where I was building those bedrooms. Where was I building those bedrooms? It's throwing me for a loop. Further up? Oh, it was up here. Okay. I was too zoomed in and I forgot what layer I was on. How can you get rid of dead plants in a cavern? You're farming in cavern soil for the first time and you don't know how to get rid of them? Build a floor tile or a wall tile on top of it and then remove it. The Hall of Ceilings has many members in Firebolt and now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished, with the hall designated for a clother guild. And so we need a clother guild. That's temples up here. We have a guild over there. Where's the clother shops right now? They're all down here. I feel like it would make sense to put the Clother's Guild on the same level. I don't really have anywhere to put it. I put it directly beneath, but then it wouldn't stand out as much. Let's go up. Let's put the... Actually, let's have a stairs going up. So I think this level could be nice, but I would need to put the stairs like right there. You mean the really, really big one? No, they went nuts and murdered like a dozen dwarves. It was a sad state of affairs, frankly. All right, let's do that. Cheers, Raging Cave. You have a good night, dude. VOD will go up on YouTube tomorrow morning. All right, well, this is going to be a process. Now we just need to wait for those dwarves to get over here and construct the, you know, stairway so we can get up to where we're going to put this. I just need the second stair, which is being waited on. We're just going to do something pretty similar to this. Iden is slipping into depression still. Roll Stole's broken. Tantrumed again. Committed a crime. The Twitch mobile app can run in the background. What are you talking about? You just set it to audio only. You click on the tap on the little gear in the top right. Set it to audio only, and then turn your screen off. Runs in the background. It should do that by default, unless you disable it. So, I don't know if you've ever tried that, but it does work. Because that's my primary method of using the Twitch mobile app. No, it's not a new feature. It's been in... It's been in, like, you know, on Twitch as long as I've used the Twitch app, quite literally. I don't know. I mean, watch on whatever stream you want. I mean, I obviously always prefer that you watch on Twitch, but at the end of the day, you do you, man. If you want to watch on YouTube, watch on YouTube. The whole point of the YouTube stream is making the stream more accessible, so... Audio to always? You have to set it to... You don't have to set it to audio only each time? Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I don't use the mobile app anywhere near as much as I used to, but like 2015, every single day I was listening to streams on the mobile app. Every single day. Yeah, it's because you have to enable it. I think it's not enabled by default because, believe it or not, some people don't like to turn their phone off and then have audio keep going by default. Some people don't like that, so it's something you need to enable. And we have a human caravan, and they're... Wait, what? I think I need to build a road so that wagons can get... Oh, hold on. Do I see what I think? I see what the issue is. The wagons can't get across here. Ah, okay, so I need to build a second bridge, which I can absolutely do. Let's just send out gypsum blocks. And then also redo all this in gypsum. Just so that it's color coordinated for this side. I 100% guarantee you that that is the issue. Wagons could probably navigate this. I say that as probably. And there's a giraffe wandering into my fort. I think I'm going to take all of my soldiers and put them off duty for a little bit. Or rather, just no orders so that they can go do whatever, so that they don't have to be training for a little bit. Because frankly, I think that they've earned the break. And immediately the militia captain, Mestos, has been taken by a possession. All right, now you, being quite literally a military hero for this fortress. I mean, only 4 notable and 15 other kills, but this dwarf has led so many successful, like, combat campaigns that, frankly, this dwarf's a hero. So, what do you need, dwarf? You've grabbed pigtail cloth. Bones. You need bones. It's probably bones. It's almost most certainly bones. Almost most certainly bones. I've got a bunch of, oh my god, look at all of these trained and tame rhinos. Hell yes. Let's go with one of you. And I don't know why I have a badger, but slaughter the badger. And, fat lamb. You found a cool giraffe statue in the woods at work today. I was expecting that sentence to go to, I found a cool giraffe statue in adventure mode in the forest, but I believe it. I found a Commodore 64 in the forest once. It was also in a very large puddle. I don't think it worked anymore. It's the only time I've ever actually seen a Commodore 64 that wasn't in a museum. Fun fact. You unlocked a crypt purr? Well, a crypt beer. You have to put a space between A and crypt. All right, well, now we see if if Dwarf drops what they're doing and goes and gets the thing. That's the next question. Are they going to drop the thing and go do the thing? Just waiting for, like, little skull and crossbones to appear. Must be hard to work with all those chinchillas staring at you. Your first computer while your bro's elite is one of your first game memories, the C64. I had an Apple II. Was my first computer, which was very, very much used at the time. All right, so that is not, in fact, what you need. Cloth thread, stone rock, bars metal, bricks and blocks, tree life, bones, yes. Gem shining, cloth thread. And the cloth you have is 0. All right, what do I have for cloth then? All right, well, we'll go trade for some cloth. We'll just do that. Also need to check something. I think I actually need to make more bolts. Yeah, I never played the original Elite, which is a bit of a shame because I think I probably would have been blown away by it back in the day. I played Elite a billion years after it came out, which is the open source rebuild of the original Elite. But no, because I was born in 94, a lot of that stuff is like way before my time. Was Missile Command? This is always a flex I love to do. This is the first video game I ever played. On my parents' Tandy home computer. And then we didn't have another computer until like we had that computer until about 99. And then we didn't get another computer until a computer that I was allowed to use until 2004. Your first was probably Super Mario World, but you have no less than 2 carts of it lying around, so you don't know which was the original of it either. Oh, that sucks. But also kind of awesome. At least you have the 2 carts. Also, Putnam's arrived. I will just do this. Also fly to the bottom, buy the paper. Doubts about the fort and First the Fort, Then the World are the 2 books that we're buying. Also going to buy the cheese, the thread, fish, plants. Also need to check something. Also do that. I'm giving them way more value than they need. Labor, standing orders, automatically weave all thread. Okay, yeah. Well, turns out, migrants have arrived. Let's jump into the fortress. Unless anybody desperately wants a dwarf. But I've got like 5 things that I'm trying to do right now, so I'd like to get those things done. Okay, dwarf has run off. Dwarf is mostly stitches. Candy Color Computer 2 with Extended Color Basic. Your second was an Apple Lisa. Did it tear you apart? Plano? That's all. I think that might actually be worse than the Kid Fox joke. I'm just saying. Also, your Kid Fox is calling Kleno old, yet I'm the one who has a record player on his stream, so I don't know. Can you grab zinc of all things? Why zinc? You have steel and silver and electrum and platinum, and you choose zinc? All right. Yeah, I have multiple floppy disks within arm's reach too, yes. Somebody knocked over stuff. I then knocked over a statue and my still. Again! God damn it. Stupid dwarf. You know, I don't actually know if mods can ban VIPs. He might be able to ban you. I don't actually know. Bunch of random body parts in the living area now. What the hell? Come on, dwarves. Floppy drive was the holy grail. I remember when my only real like holy grail moment for computers was when we went from dial-up to high speed. And then the high speed was slower than the dial-up we had. Because my parents went for the cheapest possible high speed. Admittedly, we were broke at the time. And then I moved out and went from I think at the time when I was living at home, our high-speed internet was about 5 up, 5 down. When I moved out, I went to 75 down, 50 up, and my life changed forever. I was like, I'm never going back. It's actually, it's been kind of funny before, like, at holiday things, like, in the past when, like, financially I've been worse off. There's been questions of, like, would you ever move back in with your parents? Is like what my siblings have asked me and whatnot. And it's like, no, because they will never upgrade the internet. Like, legitimately to this day, they still have whatever the cheapest TELUS basic internet is, and I'm pretty sure it's like 10 up, 10 down. Which is like, admittedly, less than $20 a month. So it's very affordable, but... could never do it. All right, let's go back to that guild that we're digging out. Armor, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a 36th month. Good to have you back, mate. Hope that you've been well. And Elfie, thanks for gifting a sub to Putnam. Appreciate you. All right. Now we just need to queue this up as a clother guild.
Her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did NHAAT.
I mean, it's a good thing you're doing this now because I will have to disable all notifications and sounds in like 20 minutes. So get those out of your system while you have them. Thanks for the $1, Armor. Appreciate you, mate. Needs those dank beer. I don't think Putnam drinks, but the Dwarfs are useful. Okay, so this is going to be a Clother's Guild.
Over here, he has a sword.
And Guild Hall. Clother Hall. Gonna take a little bit for them to be happy with, but they'll get there quick enough. It's time to get silly before you can anymore. I mean, you can. There just won't be any audible notification of it. You're allowed to be silly whenever you want to be, really.
Is that interesting?
That blind timed me out for fun a while back, and apparently some other channels get a warning when you're in their chat. Yeah, no, that actually is true, because I do share ban lists with a couple people, and if I ban somebody as a joke, although most people who I share my ban list with are aware that I do ban people for fun sometimes. So, Methos, the militia captain, has created Ooze short rest, a bulky alpaca, wool, left glove. Well then. I guess he left his other glove at home and offers it to the ageless creation. This is a bulky alpaca wool left glove. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette-cut white jades and studded with zinc and decorated with alpaca wool and is encircled with bands of round magnetite cabochons. This object is made from alpaca wool cloth, and the thread is emerald with emerald dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of magnetite and menaces with spikes of tower cap and sheep's bone. On the item is an image of avocado trees and slate. It's like Michael Jackson's One Shiny Glove. Yeah, I guess kind of. You make a valid point. I didn't think about that. It's also going to go directly into here. Was Michael Jackson's one glove bulky, though? Would probably get that there too. I mean, they'd probably be like, well, all right then, bop. No, I mean, you'd be fine. I mean, it's just my team, really. Yeah, unfortunately, like, people being mean to people on the internet make websites have to have better, you know, moderation controls. And unfortunately, better moderation controls make the internet less fun. Because you can't get away with as much. Because, like, if people have tools to defend themselves when they think that they're at threat, they will use them. Yes, exactly. So the result usually is, if you go into somebody's stream now to go have fun and goof off, everybody gets banned. Which, as somebody who used to do that, I've been banned from a couple streams and I've been unbanned later when I apologize. Bulky. Basically, it's my stream team. Clown. Is who I share band lists with.
He bites off the shell to get at the nut.
Just skimming chat to make sure I haven't missed anything. No, we're good. Moderators, making the internet less fun. Oh, don't get me wrong. Moderation makes the internet significantly more organized, and it's for the better. But it does make the ease of goofing off a little bit harder. Like, generally, it's for the best. That being said, I do think large portions of the internet are over-moderated now. But let the record show that I said moderation is good. I did say. I mean, moderation is good. Yeah. It is good. It's just boring. Like, as somebody who used to be an annoying little shit poster, like... Nah? But, you know, it is a necessary thing. All things in moderation? Well, I mean, not everything needs to be in moderation. I mean, come on. Some things can be in copious amounts. Why does everything have to be in moderation? What if I just want lots and lots and lots of Dwarf Fortress? Do I need to have that in moderation? I think I'm going to make these out of tunnel tube. Tower cap will work. I really like the
Crypt beer.
like almost platinum color wood. Radu, thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back. What's up, dude? Copious amounts of fun. Yes, unmoderated fun. And I don't know what's rotting. Oh, there's a mutilated Drunian. That's awkward. Whoops. Let me make my body pile a little bigger. Keeps getting full. How unfortunate. All right, it's now a fully set guild hall. That was very easy. I've been playing with hard economy on for long enough now that it's like I get kind of surprised when stuff's just like done. It's like, oh yeah, oh wow, okay. The Forgotten Beast Kriko has come, a giant blob composed of steam. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous sting. It's going to bump into a troglodyte and pop. Or something to that effect. Has it killed anything? Nope. That's very sad. Well, good luck to your future endeavors, creature. You are very weak. Speaking of things that are very weak, though, chat, my tummy is grumbly. So what I'm going to do is I am going to pause the recording here for the VODs and save. I think today was a productive day in the fortress. That still has been toppled 4 times today, for those of you who are counting. We got to fight off one fight. We destroyed another necromancer tower. We have made the fort bigger. We built new guild halls. We built a new church. We've added in some rooms that have no purpose yet. We added in a bunch more bedrooms, and currently don't need any more, which is good. But we will need more soon. Yeah, I think it's been a pretty good day in Firebolt. So we will, I guess, continue this fortress on Tuesday. But for now, Streamer is hungry. So Streamer is going to go all the way up to here. Streamer's going to save. Now, if Twitch chats wants, they could say bye YouTube, but YouTube isn't actually leaving, so bye VOD people, I suppose. All right, so I need to go get my lunch. I'm gonna go get my lunch. Then when I return from lunch, I'm going to set everything up. So, in like, I don't know, a minute, 2 minutes, here be.